Hey everybody. We just thought we would come on here, say hi, chat for a little bit, see how everybody else has been doing, and just kind of catch up. So as you can see, I'm here with some guy, Mel from Cold Truth,
Hi.
Crimezilla. There will probably be possibly a few others pop in later. So what have you
What's
guys been up
up?
to? Anybody been doing anything exciting?
Well, I went live for 4 hours, so there's that. That was
It
new. Haven't done that in a minute.
was a good show too.
Oh, that was a show. Hours. It could have been a little bit shorter, but man, I just get worked up about that guy.
Yeah, it happens. How about you, some guy? How have you been?
Been all right. Busy.
Busy's good.
It's been
Well,
uneventful for me
Yeah,
here and there.
same here. Same here.
Hope everybody's keeping safe out there. Getting bread when you go to the store.
oh my gosh. Is there any bread? We've had our Amazon order canceled for like 3 days in a row. And the 2 hour delivery has taken that upon that. It took 2 days. We're going to go hungry over here because I'm not going to go to the store. I don't think I'll go ever again, to be honest. Well, there's no need for all that.
We don't have delivery. I wish we did.
I'm sorry. Oof. It is like I love it. You guys do the pickup though, don't you?
Yes, which
Yeah,
is
that's
a lot
nice.
better too.
How about you, Zoe?
I
Anything exciting?
love. We have no food either here. Our shelves look so bare. It's crazy. And
Yeah,
going
our
down
regular.
the cold and flu aisle, you might as well just forget that. It's a lot of the stuff's gone.
We had a snow apocalypse.
Mm. A what?
It was just a snow
Oh,
apocalypse.
yeah, we had that too. I forgot.
But
About blinded me today when I went outside for the first time in like 11 days. Like no shit. I mean, I think I stepped out once to get like a breath of air, but I haven't. And it just was like, oh my god, my eyeballs.
You know, I left my house for the first time today too.
Well, I didn't leave. I just went onto the porch.
I mean, I didn't venture far. I went to see my nail tech. So
Oh, what have I done? I'm trying to multitask, and I'm not successful.
oh, we have
I'm never successful. Chris, what's up? Angel
Hey,
Bear.
Chris.
Hi,
What's
Ivy.
bug?
Hello, I found my
Oh, you
avatar.
found it. I was making you a new one.
No, I went and looked in the Facebook Messenger thing. You can like look at the pictures you've been sent, and it was in there.
Oh, well, cool.
How's everybody doing? How's the chat doing?
I still love my one from that I did for True Crime Recliner. I didn't even freaking use it.
Aw.
I'm trying to think what it looked like.
It was like a floating chair, like a vintage
Oh
floating
yes,
chair.
it's like a striped, kind of like the chair off of Frasier, the dad's
Yeah,
chair.
yeah.
I do like his.
I think I'm gonna like
his recliner.
redo it. I'm gonna like take it back. Is that bad? And like use it for myself. I mean, obviously, I would take True Crime Recliner off. But
You
He
can
probably
do
wouldn't
whatever.
notice. You'd be fine.
probably.
He didn't use any of the ones that he asked me to make either, so don't feel bad.
Got that like I forgot what he said it was called, Krita, or I don't know if I'm pronouncing that right. It starts with a K. It's like a program you can do art stuff in that's free, and that's where he made the one he has now, which I do like the like words in the shape of a recliner.
Yeah.
Mel made a
Pretty cool.
couple of my old thingies.
Mel should
It
be a
is.
professional YouTube logos like avatar maker
Oh well, I wouldn't know about all that,
He's-
but
You're
it's fun.
amazing.
at all.
I love making the like thumbnails.
Go on Fiverr, and then people
Yes.
can hire you.
Yeah, I like making the thumbnails. I just like
Didn't you
I
say
look
it's
back
terrible?
on the old ones and I'm like, oh, those are so cringe. Ew.
Actually, Chris G in the chat, you made that one too, didn't you?
I did make that one. Yes, I did.
In Lake Michigan.
Yeah, I made that one too.
And Crimezilla.
Yeah.
Hey, it's in the chat, but I couldn't get it on the screen here. So
Oh, that's weird.
no, don't worry. I'll figure it out. Or James will figure it out for me. Thank you, James, ahead of time.
Computer support.
My tech support.
Oh, I just noticed your picture. That's cute. I don't know.
Did
Cute.
Mel
That's what I said. That's what I said to Amy.
Did some guy in Mel happen to see that we might get another snowstorm next weekend?
Oh, well.
Mm.
Is it going to snow me in again? Because that would be great. Otherwise,
They're saying they don't know yet.
okay.
There
I'll
may
let
or
you know
may
at the
not
end of the
be
week.
You all
Right.
enjoy that snow. It was in the 30s here all last week, and it can all stay there.
I'm ready. I do not like the cold at all. I'm ready for spring, warm spring.
I'm ready for summer.
What did this groundhog see? Not that that's
It-
a real indicator.
Didn't
He
it die?
It-
It did. I thought it did.
well,
No,
you know,
the
same
original
groundhog
one died.
There's
forever.
more than one groundhog, probably.
It wasn't like a 200-year-old groundhog.
Apparently, Angel Bear wants to get 20 inches of
It
snow.
saw its shadow and died.
No.
I don't know.
20 inches. That's a,
That's
So
what
that-
she wants.
that's like some Minnesota.
that's something I can't even like wrap my head around. Functioning in 20 inches of snow.
Right.
When I lived in Colorado, that was fairly common.
When we went to visit friends in California, like they grew up there, and they were like, "What are you talking about? Your door freezes. Like, what's that mean? Like, it freezes. Like it's too cold, so you can't open it." It was like funny how other, like that's just so common to me in
Yes.
a way. Like you don't think about it being a thing, not a thing.
My last car, my gas, the thing that like covered my gas tank thing, there was a button you had to push and then it would pop open. And I was very impatient one day. There was like a layer of ice on it because the problem where I live is it gets cold, but usually it's more likely that it gets just cold enough to freeze, but not snow. And ice is terrible. So I was hitting it with an ice scraper and I broke my whole gas thing off. I didn't break it off, but it cracked and it wouldn't work anymore. And then until I got it fixed, I would be driving, and since it was connected to like the gas cap, it would fall off and like wave in the wind. I'd have people try to get my attention and be like, "Your thing broke," and I'm like, "I know. I'm waiting for the new one. Leave me
I
alone."
know.
Well, a lot of us Floridians went out to our cars to them frozen the windshields with pollen mixed in with it. So it's crazy. How do you have pollen in 30-degree weather is beyond me. But they're all on our windshields were yellow, the yellow pollen frozen.
That would be weird to see.
Yeah.
Hello, Lipsha. I haven't seen Lipsha in a long time. I haven't been around.
Lips.
Hi, Lipsha. Hey, Chanda. Good to see you too.
I missed that
Hi,
name.
Shanda. Hi, Lipsha.
Chris. I didn't say hi to Chris yet either.
Hello, anybody I missed.
You, Chris, an Angel Bear. Good to see you.
I did. Some guy didn't.
Add another name to the list.
Right.
You're up to like at least 3 lines right now.
Yeah.
I think we should have a
I love you
contest
guys.
because now I'm like the unpleasant truth.
True.
Mel Roberts of Avon, Indiana.
I didn't. The
No,
unpleasant
Mel.
truth. I mean, it is kind of accurate.
Mel OG. What else?
Mellow G.
I haven't seen Miller G in a
Yeah.
long time. I miss him.
Do you want to see a picture real quick?
Sure.
Because just for like the memory of its sake,
I
I'm
would
not
date-
going to do
I
anything
would date Mellow
fancy.
G.
Huh?
I would date Mellow G.
You know it.
I remember I told you that. And you're like, well, it looks just like my
I don't
brother.
think you could keep up with the G life, Ivy.
You don't think I could keep up with what?
The G life.
Oh my gosh.
You lie, will excuse me.
A lot
Hold
of rug
on.
burn.
I don't even know what that's supposed to mean.
I don't either.
Okay, you ready for this? Well, how can I make it bigger?
We're ready, Mel. It
There you
doesn't
go,
have to be
Ivy. I
perfect.
can never find the camera. Am I on it there?
That's awesome.
So I should just make that my thumbnail for a while.
You should.
just to fuck
You're a
with
good
people.
looking guy.
Well, thanks. I feel like I've got like I did
I
my
remember
boobs
when
like a
you did
little
that,
bit
Mel.
too ridiculous.
It's
Like,
amazing how much
Eyebrows are
makes your
the dominant
cheeks
feature.
pop out.
Yep. I took a class on YouTube doctorate in that. Add
Give
that
us
one
a
to my
doctorate.
list.
You have a partial degree in it?
Yes, a
Partial
partial
doctorate.
master's. I got that from the degree of bullshittery. Yeah.
Would that be like a master's in science or arts?
Credited.
It's kind of like a snarts.
Snarts.
I just made that up on the fly.
From
So-
Purdue Global, right? From
Snarts. Global.
from Purdue Global. That's right.
That's great. It's called
I have
Purdue.
no idea. We're all
Not
cracking up.
Purdue
We're like,
for you.
what are they talking about?
Huh?
For the ones that came in later, just so you know, this is just a random catch up and see how everybody's doing and just talk. So we haven't all lost our minds. We're just having fun and saying hi to everybody.
Oh, this is completely normal to me.
Yeah.
It's a normal amount of crazy.
Well,
you
you know,
thought you were gonna have a night you could explain on here.
I mean, I don't need to explain. I just figured I'd fill them in case they were expecting me to do my usual, because it's not what's going to happen.
Yeah, and we're up here talking about these kind of like inside jokes that some people may not have any idea what we're talking about. They're like, what?
Oh, I bet they do.
It's okay. They're
Yeah.
laughing. They
Yeah.
seem to be
Partial
enjoying it.
degree? Maybe I should go back to school and get a partial.
To go with your
Oh.
master? Mm-hmm.
Yes.
That's always
partial doctorate.
I'm gonna go back to school to
So-
be a bounty hunter.
That's
Oh,
excellent.
that is
You like that?
that's incredible.
And I
Like-
am going to get an actual
You can do that
certificate.
tomorrow. What are you talking about?
I can. All I got to do is put my gear on. I just got to get me my bounty hunter badge.
At least you can carry a gun.
Hey, you
Darn
can order
right.
you can order
I
the
can
badge on
do it.
Amazon.
So
Okay,
I
I'm
legit,
gonna put these on my computer, and then I'm gonna share them with you of what I did today. Just a little project. But hey, Shanda,
I
thank
legit
you.
looked into what it would take to become a bounty hunter in Indiana.
Oh, I have. Yeah, I have a lot.
I was a private
It's,
investigator.
I really want it. Well, it's a little easier to be a PI, but you have to have $100,000 in insurance. You have to start a corporation, and at the minimum, most likely, most people work for another PI that's already established.
Are you looking into what it takes to be a bounty hunter for knowledge, or because you want to be a bounty hunter?
I want to be a bounty hunter. I want to hunt that
I
bounty.
can see it too.
I really only wanted to hunt one bounty, but
Yeah,
I don't know if bounty hunters can extradite. But yeah,
They
you have
can,
to like, complete a bunch of training. You have to fill in the application fee. They run like a complete background check. You can't have been a felon for 10 years at least, and you can't have been had a misdemeanor for 5 years.
Really?
Yep.
A misdemeanor for 5? I'm kind of surprised.
Yeah, they don't want just anybody being a bounty hunter in Indiana.
And that's for like most states. Like I looked into Michigan, Indiana, Tennessee, South Carolina, Georgia,
I would
Florida,
we'll take somebody down and bring them in.
and I think like one other state, just for fuck's sake. And yeah, no, like they were pretty much all the same.
Yeah, and they don't give LE does not give their intel to bounty hunters. It doesn't happen.
Law enforcement pretty much hates bounty hunter.
Yeah.
Well, they have more power than law enforcement, didn't you know?
Oh, that's right.
I have a little clip of that one too.
They can do whatever they want.
Oh,
Yeah.
I didn't
Except
realize.
for, except for kicking in the wrong door.
That's frowned upon.
That's frowned upon. Yes. Glue sniffing is also frowned upon.
For most careers, I would imagine.
Similar,
Okay.
similar paths in life.
I'm just going to send them all to myself because I'm never going to be able to pick them out on the fly like this.
I'm not saying if there's going to be a future bounty hunter. I'm telling you, I would pay to see Mel like tackle somebody.
I want to tase them and throw them in my trunk.
I'm very fragile. Like, I only do a mule kick. Like that's my only move. I'm telling you.
So as long as they don't get
Like a
behind you,
mule kick,
good.
and that's yeah. Just don't stand directly behind me, and you're
You're
you
like a
know
horse.
otherwise like.
I told you
mean,
guys I've been wanting to use my taser for a long time now.
You're probably frown upon that too. You can't tase somebody, put them in the trunk.
Okay, you guys want to check out my little research project I did today?
Sure.
Can I share? Is that a thing?
Sharing is caring.
Oh Lord, I'm scared. What all did I have open?
I'm always paranoid about that.
Close the porno.
Oh, I know, right? Entire screen window, like what? I forget what all this shit means. Entire screen window, Chrome tab.
One will show your
Whoa.
entire
I'll be out.
will just show like the browser part, I think.
Listen, I'm just gonna pick this first one first and see what happens. Okay, what happened?
Nothing.
We see you.
Really?
Wait, you ever leaned up against a fire truck and had somebody take a picture of you like you were a fireman?
I have
It just
not.
says I'm in the show. Okay, now what do you see?
Nothing.
You.
No, you just see me.
Yeah.
Yes.
No, by nothing. I mean,
It says I'm sharing now. It says
Oh,
that
hang on,
StreamYard
hang
is
on.
sharing my screen.
All right, hang on. I see where I have to add it.
Oh, good.
Oh,
It was
there
your
you go.
fault.
Oh, we see all of you.
Okay.
Nope, that's not what I want.
I think I better unshare for a second.
I think I
Okay.
see infinity.
Yes.
Never
I
mind.
don't know who does that.
Stole my taser from me.
Let me look in here and it's just like, I wish, man, this is annoying. Okay, I know what to do. Oh my gosh.
Taser
Oh,
laws
good.
are actually pretty. Like you can't be a felon and own a taser in Indiana either.
Really?
Really?
Yeah, you don't necessarily have to get a concealed carry or anything like that.
Okay,
But
I'm ready.
they're
Now I gotta
considered
look that up.
dangerous. They don't want like rapists out there with tasers. You know what I mean? So,
Oh,
There
makes
it
sense.
is.
And since chloroform doesn't quite work like people think it does.
yeah, no.
Okay. Oh, wait. Why did it not do the first one? Okay, here we go. Nope. Oh, yes, this is it. Credentials for the haters. Okay. If you can take a look, he is showing a framed polk. Just polk.
That looks a bit off-centered.
Certificate of completion here.
It
Got his
does
name
look
on
good
it.
off center.
You know, we've got a badge in a bag here in a Ziploc bag.
Not this
Got a
guy again.
license.
Greeno's
Here
like
is a close up. I don't know if I can make it bigger. Let me so you guys can really see if you see what I see. Is it big enough? Like, can everybody see it?
Yeah.
Because I don't know how to do anything.
Kinda.
Huh?
Well, it's hard to tell like what it's gonna look like to viewers, but
I've got it pulled up on my other laptop and it looks like it's plenty big enough. Can everybody in
Okay.
the chat see that good?
Can you find the error?
the what?
The errors. I can't errors.
It's
Errors.
It's like way off center.
Way.
Yeah, would that really work in real life if that was your frame and your what you had wanted to frame like a frame? Would that work?
No.
Yeah.
dude,
No.
Vistaprint.com.
Would
Man.
this work right here?
This does a way
Would
better
that
job.
work at all? No. That would not work out.
Why does it have a P on it for Polk? Yeah.
Yeah.
That's the best they could do
Speaking
in
of this,
Polk County.
speaking of this badge, there's another YouTuber that does the same thing, and he admitted that he bought his on Amazon. So you can buy the badge on Amazon.
Oh yeah, I'm getting to that. I made one today. Let's see. This says South Carolina Department of Insurance.
Does that have a date on it?
It says
Is that 2009 over there on the side in the stamp?
Lord. You're gonna have to do the numbers. I'm dyslexic, remember?
It says filed receipt, and I think it says 2009 July.
6th. Yeah.
I'm gonna take your word for that, but I think you're,
Which is
you're
funny
right.
because
You have to renew
in
that yearly.
2011, I'm pretty sure there may have been a charge for not being licensed.
Yeah, exactly. There was. Here's the badge. Now I want everyone to look carefully at the very top of this picture. See that Smith and Warren on there?
Oh, is that the company?
Yeah. So take a good look at that badge. Here's the first one I made because, well, you'll see what I did here in a second. Like
Hell yeah, Mel.
I inverted the colors, but you know, I gave it a go. So here I am like designing it. Here I am, you know, paying
We should
for
make
it.
your own.
You
God.
should have just left
$174 for that?
Add to the
should have
quote
just left
request.
it at Southern Bounty Fugitive.
I know, right? I wanted to like be funny about it, and I had funny stuff in there, and then I was like, no, I want to legit like make this to where
That's a
like,
lot of
people-
money.
Yeah, it kind of is. And then
And you know the viewers paid for that shit.
right, exactly. So I really wasn't gonna give them like my
That was before YouTube. Well, before the true crime.
Well,
YouTube.
then his t-shirt sales paid for
Maybe it was sports commentary.
it.
So yeah, I just filled this out like
Valley Beach cleanup t-shirts.
totally fake.
Oh, guys,
Any green nut? Oh my gosh.
he has half. What is
Yeah.
he? Half college.
I made sure he was from Avon.
Yes.
You know.
Oh,
Had to throw
I
a little
thought it was
666 in there. So,
Random.
but yeah, I was not going to give them any like I don't know. But
$174. Like they're making bank on those things.
yeah, I don't know what that was. But then because I didn't want to like I'm not giving like they obviously don't have a real email. So this agent whomever is not going to be emailing anybody. Hopefully there's no one out there that's named unfamous as fuck cuz there probably is, and I'm gonna be such an asshole. I didn't even think about that. Anyways, so they also had an option where you could like pick your own, you know, thing. So I did that as well. And look at my badge, even though I inverted the colors. It is the exact same one. It's the exact same one. So And I could have that today. Notice that it says department, org, or company optional. So, there's
it
that.
doesn't send anybody.
I think that was it. But yeah. So he played himself when he left the bag on it. Per usual.
You played yourself.
Played yourself. It's from Big Brother. I like that show.
I thought it was DJ Khaled.
I was thinking that he's definitely forged this. This isn't real. But who did he steal it from? Let's find that. Well, I mean, it's very similar. You guys remember the fake my case thing that he did.
Yeah.
You see how I can't zoom in on it, but the Anthony Greeno, I want to know if that font is different because what do other ones look like from the Department of Insurance? Because that is correct, Department of Insurance. But I did find out today that they do have to pay taxes. So that was another whopper of a lie. And
somebody just sent me a website where you could order a bounty hunter certificate of merit.
Of merit?
No. Is that the same place you can get your very own costume too?
No, he got that from what are those giant Halloween warehouses that pop up in September? Those costume stores, you know what I'm talking about?
Which license are you talking about him lying about? Oh, probably all of them.
Oh wait, him and Jessica went to take the test and they switched the test so he could. What test?
What? What?
I don't know or he or she is talking about.
And then they're everywhere. Where are you reading this at? Am I super late? Went to take the test and they switched tests so he could pass. Oh, I think, is that P? He didn't do bounty hunting when he was with her, so it must be about something different.
Unless it was probably not a different Jess, but.
Oh, you did? Okay. And I also, with some help from my friend, I have she really just has I don't know. I can even label images and I still can't find them. My friend, literally within an hour, it's all done. And it's a lot. It's a lot of stuff. So I'm getting ready to I gotta mark out some names of it, but I can share some of it tonight if you guys want to. But see, the thing with my live last night is that was just me going on a long ass rant. That's useless. And it should be viewed as useless without something to back it up, some kind of paper trail, and that's the thing is it doesn't mean that I am I am absolved of the responsibility of showing proof of what I say. Every single person is, and you should hold them accountable to that. And that is not you being a bully. I'm gonna have I don't think that I can just I don't know how to do it. All I can think is that I'm going to have to break up my own long ass live and do shorter little bits of video with the proof next to me ranting. Is that doable?
Yeah.
I don't edit videos, so I've done
very. Funny. I'm pretty sure that the 2011 charge for not being licensed is the one that he has a warrant for in South Carolina right now.
Not the glue sniffing.
I don't think it's glue sniffing. I think it's the bondsman violation.
Yeah, I did too. Because I read the terms of service, and it is in violation of the terms of service.
This is what was sent to me that they wanted me to show.
Oh, wow.
Interesting. That looks so fake. Like, I know you can like,
but it still looks better than what he made.
At least it's centered. At least
right.
Well, that's the thing is I'm pretty sure that the one that he like forged his name on, it is a real one. It's just that he's forged his name on it, just like he did with that My Case document. So he's stolen that from somebody.
His
like
credit cards, I doubt he can even get a credit card, Chris.
No, yeah, that's
somebody else's maybe.
I mean, can you have a credit card without a bank account? Like, legitimate question. I've just always had a bank account, so I don't know.
I think you could be able to, but I don't know how you pay it, because I don't think you can pay credit cards with a card unless they know it's a debit card. Unless you send a check.
Pay them with PayPal? Is that a thing? I don't know. I
mean, I've paid one of mine before with my Cash App card, because I have the actual like Cash App debit card when I was selling makeup. So I guess he could with something like that, but like I'm sure he doesn't have credit to either get approved or get a very high limit. So, but it's probably other people's if he's using them.
That's a good point. Watchdog just said that he uses his girlfriend's credit card. It's a really good point. I didn't.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna let you guys
from the girlfriends. It's sad that these girls are getting tied up with him, because he just does what he wants and controls everything. Who wants to be controlled like that? Not me.
I wouldn't handle it.
I mean, to give somebody else access to my Facebook, my phone, my text message. I mean,
right?
Who does that? I was married for 25 years and we never did that.
No, it's to allow somebody, like if you're dating somebody and they make you give them your password, or maybe you give it to them because you trust them, and they start going and messaging people to tell them to stay away from you, or blocking people because like they're the opposite sex, or if you're in a same-sex relationship, the same sex, there's a problem.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I agree.
So a friend sent me hold on. I cannot multitask at all. I hadn't seen this particular video yet, but what was really interesting about it was that it was literally like, I don't know how to do this, because like I don't want to be disrespectful to, because I think it was literally brilliant. And I don't mean to like it, like I don't want to get involved in their relationship, and that's exact, like I'm really not trying to do that at all. But Real Chill Graz had done an interview with Greeno, I think it said like 10 or 11 months ago. And it was literally like he could just see into the future. Or, you know, like he just asked him all of the questions of like a lot of the lies that he's perpetuated. And so they're all in these like little tiny question and answer sections. That's just amazing. I mean, I know I can share it and talk about it like as a you know, like a clip that's we're discussing, but I don't know what you want me to do with that.
Hi, Cece.
Chaotic. Hey, Cece. Hey, Luke. I love the name Luke for some reason. It just sounds so cool.
Darlene Russell. Do not, Luke. Let's look it up.
I haven't heard of that case.
Bring some attention.
Yeah, what is that?
I gotta find it.
A Darlene Russell is says a Connorsville, so Indiana, rural southwestern Wayne County, Connorsville, Fayette County, Indiana, on September 22nd, 1981, at approximately 2:15 p.m. Darlene Russell's body was discovered in an isolated rural area of southwestern Wayne County, just across the Wayne-Fayette County line. Darlene Russell, a Connorsville, Indiana resident, was last seen alive on 9/20/1981 at 4:30 a.m. when she informed a family member she was going to hitchhike to Kentucky. When was the I-70 killer active?
Yeah, I was literally, and the body that was found in Boone County that I've been trying to find for freaking ever. Okay, because you said Wayne County, right? Connorsville, because is that north or south? I can't remember what you said. I've been there because there's the Connors
Southeast.
like Connors Prairie, right? Connor something there.
Southeast. It's southeast.
So that doesn't make any sense then.
Okay.
To be in Boone County. Does it have a description? Like a picture?
Oh, that's east. Well, you know what? It's east off of it's relatively close to I-70 between Dayton and Indianapolis. You know what I mean?
Like I-70 and I-65, like where they...
No, it's I-65 is the opposite direction.
Boone County Jane Doe was like right off of, like basically someone got off an exit of I-65 and just dumped her. I literally think about her all the time. Like, I just want her to have a name. And then when Bibb County John Doe got his name, it was like, oh my gosh, it would be so amazing if that could happen for the Boone County Jane Doe.
Reporter James Sprague is working on a story. So that was in 2013.
Oh, well, that's good. But,
so they're keeping the case alive, but interesting.
Yeah, join cold cases.
Go get the. Hang on.
Hey,
when I made that,
let me
he
see if
always
I can
wants to give me
find the
credit for the
page.
group.
I'll add it in the comments here. Justice for Darlene Russell. Let's find it. Let me.
There's the link for the cold cases group, Luke.
And I just put the link for the Justice for Darlene Russell in the chat also. The Facebook page.
Very cool.
Thank you, sir.
So Herb Baumeister was also an I-70 killer?
He was accused of it, but they never proved it. I don't think that he was.
Luke
I think
says,
he stuck with the downtown area.
We all know the suspects in Darlene's case, and we have a detailed story of what happened to her from a witness informant. It is horrific what happened to her. Oh, wow. Thank you all for supporting the page. It means a lot, seriously. Absolutely. I'm gonna have to go to YouTube. I can't grab that off of. Let me turn my volume off. I can't grab it off of the StreamYard. Why does it do that? Why does it say you uploaded 2 videos and not just like that you're live?
I don't know.
I don't like whatever's changed about YouTube on that because then people just assume like, oh, I'll just watch out later, and they don't realize that they could chat along. You know,
Let me
I don't like it.
go look at something.
Oh, somebody has a TV on in the background.
It may
It's
be
loud.
me, but it's like really low in the other room. But I'll mute. Let me see if it's me.
It's you.
Yeah.
Oh, it's me.
So noisy all the time. Okay, the first one is cold cases, right? Wait.
Mhm.
I don't see the link.
Oh, wow. Did you see what Luke said? He said, I can't say their names, but I can tell you that some, but not all the suspects in her case are also involved in Denise Flume's case.
Interesting.
We need
Interesting.
to make sure our buddy looks into that a little bit.
Oh yeah, Incog. That's Denise.
I sent her a link, but I don't know if she's gonna make it or not.
Well,
Secret
can somebody
Agent
send
Randy
it to
B.
me in
That's a
Facebook?
cool name.
I can't log into it from the freaking. It always takes. It won't open the app. It just goes to a browser, and I don't know my password. So every time I have to do that, I have to like come up with a new password, and that's why I don't know any of them. It's like so annoying. Secret Agent Randy Beans. That's amazing. I don't see it. Oh. Nancy Lyons. Now that one I have heard of. Why do I know that name?
Where's Carthage, Indiana?
So he talked to Incog on a video about that case.
Oh, okay.
It's out east.
Oh,
In Indiana.
got it.
Did I lose my sound?
Hello?
No.
Okay.
We're
Okay,
here.
everybody went silent, and I was like,
Let's see. We'll have to look. Because, yeah, that's Incog's Denise.
Flume. Yeah.
I'm freaking muted. Jeesh.
Any of you been watching any true crime movies? What was Tender
Swindler?
Tender
did watch
Swindler
that.
was good.
Oh my gosh, it kept me like I talked about that last night. I literally had a list I was going to check off. And if I make a list, then I do it because I have to put a check mark by it. And yeah, that kept me up really late because I was watching that freaking show until 1 o'clock like almost 1 o'clock in the afternoon. I was just going to watch like a little teaser of it to give me something to be excited for when I finished all my tasks. Oh my word. I just kept watching it until it was over. It was phenomenal.
I think I'm going to have to watch it tomorrow. I heard about it. I did watch the, what's the other one? Ted Bundy one? Wow.
Oh, with Zac Efron? Oh, no,
yes.
no. Yeah, oh, yeah, yeah. Okay,
That
that
was-
was good too. I watched that one recently.
That was really good.
I
Yeah,
mean,
that was
think about
pretty
it.
good.
These people are psychopaths who obviously dupe the shit out of people for a living. Of course, that woman was going to defend him to the end. Like, because
Right.
all he, there's this saying that I hear out there. It's, he always treated me good, or I judge people on how they treat me. And that's,
Mm,
you know, Ted Bundy treated some people nice,
yeah,
but
his
Ted Bundy
girlfriend.
was out there murdering violently. For
I
the,
always say Dahmer never tried to eat me. He's a nice
Did
guy.
you say that?
that sounds dirty.
It
Yeah.
does. Thanks for ruining it.
Ah, of course. That's
I
because he
lived
was,
in Wisconsin when they
because he was
arrested
gay,
Dahmer.
Ivy.
Still.
Seeker, who are you asking about?
I sent you an email, Mel.
Email Mel?
Okay.
Email, Mel.
Email Mel? Hell Mel. Email.
Email Mel.
Okay, well,
You need to get a little
Email.
thing on your email that says, "Hell Mel, you got mail."
oh wow, look at you with your blackout. That's really professional.
Oh, I wouldn't go that far.
No, like
They're
that's
literally
really...
just black boxes.
What concerns me is that there's like I had a hard time reading it, and I got to get some more printer paper because like it, you know, like it's really long and in different fonts. But like if there's anything in there that would give this person's identity away.
Because the majority of it is just a quote from him. I think only the first paragraph is that person writing.
Okay. I'm going to send it to somebody that I know will like she's been around day one, so I'm going to send it to her, and if she doesn't recognize it, then yeah. I think it's really cool what they attempted to do. And it was done before. We've seen that in the affidavits and stuff that we've all gotten. Like they the bail bound, what was that? Bail bad boys bail bonds,
Oh yeah.
you know, and I mean they kind of worked as like a group, and then the one guy sent the emails, but those were pretty great. And I think and they really were like the timing of them, I think that was what pushed Tippecanoe County to go and get him, you know?
Yeah, I think they were trying not to, and I think that between that and just a lot of pressure, I think that's what did it. I was wrong about the thing though. The letters in bold, that is him talking, and then the third and fourth paragraphs are also him talking, but the rest is a quote.
Okay. I just didn't know, like, you know, I think that what they did was really brave, and like I think it really sucks that it's because he emailed it to the judge. That's why it had to be put in the like court of record, and that's why like it couldn't be considered either. Because a judge can't take any kind of information and, you know, not like that. I mean, there's like rules on that kind of stuff. And so that's basically what the next page says, you know, that like basically and unfortunately, but like when you want to send something to a prosecutor's office, and this is something that I learned too, just with seeing these affidavits, it's like, be careful of who you send it to and making sure that you're okay with it being in a public court, you know, document where anybody can foyer that, like they can go under the Freedom of Information Act and like ask for any particular information. I'm still trying to figure out how to get the police reports from Stephen Masterson on that on the Garrett Kurtz case. But it looks like I'm literally going to have to go to White County. And like that kind of scares me. I don't know why.
Yeah, and it's so
Well, I mean, I have kind of been pretty vocal about my distaste for Robert Guy, so
I don't know. I don't like how public records are supposed
I
to
do,
be
Luke.
very available to everybody, right? To me, to make some of them where you have to go in person, that, in my opinion, that's not going along with the spirit of the law for public records
Yeah.
laws because
Well, I'll
that's
tell
not
you what,
available.
Indiana is way better than some. Because she can, I mean, I can pay $1 like for like a case on Greeno that I'm wanting. I can either, because it's not moved over from, not on the digital system. And so what she sends me on the digital system is just a quick email and it's free, which I think is awesome that Carroll County does that. That's the way it should all be. But I
Like,
do understand that when they have to like go and find that, you know, copy it like with a printer and then send it to you in the mail, that's going to cost you some money. Now, a
they can
dollar a freaking
have to
page,
mail it though.
jeez. Huh?
They don't have to mail it. They can just fax it and put it in an email. And it's like you just said, $1 a page is ridiculous. And
No,
what I don't
for no
understand,
fax.
somehow in the rules there's like a loophole, obviously, because I've read Indiana's laws about the public being able to access records. And one of the rules is that they can't charge more than it cost to like produce the paper. And like the people's time who work there isn't counted in that cost. So I'm not sure how they're able to do $1. It must, because that happens like in several different counties. Tippecanoe, I would feel like Carroll County, in my opinion, is better than Tippecanoe is about stuff like that. But I don't know how they're able to do $1, but it's ridiculous, especially if you want several cases and you're not there to pick out like the continuance ones that are. I don't want to pay $1 for a page that says continue on it.
I know.
If you wanted to get all those cases, it would cost you maybe like $200.
Okay, but like she told me it would be about $80. So $88 with shipping.
Is that
So
big?
that's per page. So I think there's more to it than what we know.
I
I
didn't
mean,
realize
that's
it was
80
that big.
pages. I don't think that because it's a converted event. And I had asked her specifically about that, and she was like, "No, you're right." And it's because it hasn't been digitized. And so in order to get the whole thing in its entirety, you can come in and view it. Like she said, come in and view it, or I can email it to you, because I just like, well, tell me how much it costs, just I'll do anything to stay at home, which is true.
Yeah.
And she was like, well, it'd be like, it's approximately 80 pages and then $8 for, the mailing. So
Oh, they can't just fax it, like email it to you?
I was trying not to press my luck, but yeah, I meant to ask that. I don't really know. I mean, they're still gonna have to upload it, and so I think it would still cost that amount. What Tippecanoe, like if you go there and get it, it's free. But if they have to like
Yeah.
send it to you, it's not free
I
anymore.
wish they would be willing to go through it and like you could just tell them, pick out the important ones for me and like don't send
Yeah, well,
you know.
Indiana is, in my opinion, way better than like other states. Alabama, I mean,
I'm really spoiled in my state.
you have to pay $9.99 just to look up a name.
It's ridiculous. Colorado's like that too.
Oh my gosh. And you don't even like, if it's a common name and you don't know like the full middle name, you're screwed. Like you can like it gives you a list of all of those, and you can like then go through it, and then if you pull more than a certain amount, it charges you have to pay for it all over again. So it can be upwards of like, I paid for a few there, and in no time I was up to like $80. I was like,
That's
holy
crazy.
crap. And I had barely any paperwork. Like the files were all, because you don't know what you're getting until you pay for it. And so it's like I get it, and it's like the cover sheet and like intake, or it's like, ugh, now I have to go back and try again. It's almost like a raffle. Oh, so annoying.
Sorry, I'm having to mute when there's noise. My house is quiet all day until I do things like this.
That happens.
What have you been watching, Amy? What have you been into? Why have you been gone?
Why have I been gone? Well, I was burnt out for a little while, and then I just did like the family holiday thing. And then I just felt like I needed some me time. I
Yeah.
just haven't really been able to get back into stuff, so that's why I figured I'd do this and just kind of catch up and see how I felt afterwards.
Yeah. It's, I think that like last night helped me to kind of like, I think it got me kind of in a weird way, kind of wanting to come back in a trying to be or talking about that on real chill grads tonight, and like his guest that was on seemed super cool, and he was like talking about like someone had asked about doing things in moderation, and I'm not good at that at all, and I think that's a lot of my problem in what I do is like knowing when to like not take like personal responsibility for like take it like I feel so responsible to I don't know, just like there has to be a balance in between them becoming, your family, and you shouldn't just like I can't do that. I can't just like cover a case and then just like move on. It's just not in my DNA. But I can't like take on the burden, like the full burden of like being the one that, and that's narcissistic of me to think anyways, like take on that burden of it or do what I did with, who.
I guess I just feel like because the two major ones that I talk about are still ongoing, but there's no updates to give, it's hard for me to give that same energy to a new case, knowing that I
I
can't
know. You're
give my all
totally
to it
right.
because I'm still like focused on the other ones.
That is an excellent point. Like I don't post nearly as much on Shannon Palk, like on her page that I run or um like talk about. I mean, because there's just until someone decides that they're gonna like get irate as a community, there's just really, like there needs to be more than just like a few people pushing any one thing. And it's just like, there isn't anything else to say. Of course, if I wanted to name a bunch of randos in the town and like accuse them of murdering her, I would have endless amounts of material. But I'm not going
Right.
to do that. And so it's like, what else do you say? you know? And
Yeah.
it's so sad. It's so sad. And I even said it on there, like you do everything like with the
There's a
best of intentions.
responsibility that
It really
comes with
is.
being a YouTube creator, and
Yeah.
you got to put the facts out there and not pull everybody and this person did this person did that. You just can't do that. You have to, there's a responsibility that goes with it. The
Yeah.
research, there's a lot of work that gets put in. You can't just go live every
Yeah.
single night and
Yeah.
repeating the same thing over and over.
Yeah, kind of
It's
like Reno.
I did not say that,
I know
but
I did.
yes. But still, I mean, there's other creators out there that do different stories. I mean, I
Mhm.
think when I was on YouTube, I only covered Delphi. I could be wrong, but if I remember right, maybe twice, three times at the most. Because there's just, once you put the information out there, keeping the story alive is what it's about, but not doing the same repetitive, and then going to find somebody saying that the dog walker, there, it drives me crazy.
Right. Yeah, I have those if anyone wants me to read them.
I
Hang
do.
on. I feel like me and you are the same, Mel, in the aspect of like when we get involved into a case, we put like our entire heart into it.
Yeah.
So for us to take on multiple,
Yeah.
it's not fair to those others because there's always going to be one or two that like truly have our heart and attention.
Right. And like, I don't know that I would. And that's exactly what I thought of, like when I was talking to Tanner Barton's mom, because that's one like it's a very tricky one, and you have to really, like, you have to go down a few different scenarios, in my opinion, in order to see what kind of justice you can get in those types of cases. And I just was like, every time I just started panicking, because it's like, she's super cool, and she's a fighter, and I was so glad that Lindsay Ann came along, so it's like, but I know myself, and I literally think I would have ended up in the loony bin, because it would have been, there's only so much you can like divide yourself up in places, and I'm not skilled enough to, until I can figure out how to balance it out and be removed. And I hate even using that word, like removed from it, and realize that this is not my story. This is their, like, and stay in my lane, I guess, if that makes any sense. And I'm not trying to be a jerk. It's just like,
Well, there has to be respect for the families too.
absolutely. And like, it's their,
If somebody tells you not to do something in the family, you need to respect that.
yep, I have an entire file on that too. Yeah,
you do.
yeah, yep. I've been
Good.
working today, and then like I said, my friend who is, man, it's like amazing. I was like, I literally don't have to do anything on these like
Right.
7 things that I need to go through on that 4-hour long thing. Like literally 2.5 hours of it. She had it in a half an hour, like a day, like throughout the course of a day, just like super quick. It's like, man, that is
Secret
someone like
agent
that is like
Randy.
literally priceless.
Secret agent wants to know: do we think it's possible there's any validity to the dog walker witness? And I'm gonna say no.
Anything's
But what do you
possible.
guys
Do I think it's real? No.
That's
I
very
vote
well
no.
said. I'd be very well said.
I mean, think about it. Where else is there any evidence that it's real?
Right. And that's been part of the problem with the Delphi case, is so much has been thrown out there. You don't even know what's real anymore. And for some of the new people coming to YouTube and don't realize that this person is adding things where he shouldn't be, and adding occurrences and people and I'm sorry, it's midnight. I'm trying to think of my thought process and I just lost it.
I mean,
But you know what I'm saying.
yeah.
If you start adding your own agenda into what you're telling people on YouTube and they don't know any better, then all this information gets spread that way, and you don't even know what the truth is anymore.
Well said.
And
Well
you're
said.
actually hurting the case.
And some people intentionally know what the truth is and don't care. And
Exactly.
that affects everyone else that does care, because before you know it, like the two things that I know, I sound like I'm beating a dead horse, but like the stuff of nightmares and the article about the lady, you know, it wasn't like he's still like completely made that up. But there is some truth to all of his lies. And so that's what throws me off even more, is because I swore I read that in an article. Like,
right. And if you read it in an article,
yeah,
then put the facts out there.
It's not out there anymore.
Don't make it your own.
It's gone. And it's because it talked about like
that's another problem with that
person
case.
was like, I wish I had have warned them, you know, and that kind of sticks out. And so it's like,
right.
Do you guys think it's possible there is validity to the? Oh yeah, well we're talking about that right now. Sorry, I'm behind.
You make me feel got on the screen. Well,
yeah,
so that person just said there's so many contradictory things online. It's basically impossible to figure out what's real. It is possible. The thing that you have to do though is don't listen to people who are covering the case to give you your information that you know is real.
Right.
Find it from primary sources. And
right. And
yes,
find
use them as like a starting point, but then go verify it.
100%.
And another thing, I know we were talking about people, you know, certain people, they insert themselves, you know, to make themselves look like the hero or whatever. But there's also people, and this is just as damaging in my opinion, who they put out false information, and it'd be okay if they said like, well, this is my opinion, this is my theory. But in their head, they are so confident that it's true, whether there's evidence to back it up or not completely, that they put it out as fact. So like their intention isn't necessarily bad, but it's just as damaging.
Yeah.
Hi, Incog.
There she is.
Hello, Incog.
How are you?
We've missed you.
Oh, I missed you guys too.
How you been?
Good, I think. How about you?
I'm good. Oh, but did you give me the popcorn? Did you give me popcorn at the Christmas party?
Did I give you popcorn?
Like a tube of it, like a tube.
I don't remember that.
He has talked about this for months now.
I know. I'm trying to find the owner of it, like, because I want to
like,
really thank them from the bottom of my heart.
I wonder if it was Britt.
It was not me.
Okay, well, I might have to ask Ohio, and then I'm out. Like, maybe it was not even there. Somebody else gave it to me.
Well, I mean, Britt was here, and she did the thing too. So, was it part of the white elephant thing?
No, I got that. We need to play that some night. I got that.
That's a great point, Lake Michigan. If it doesn't come from law enforcement, a real one, it's probably just rumor, in my opinion. Good point.
I got that.
Oh yeah, I was jealous.
I know, right? And like I was reading on it there, and it seems like it's a really good one. Like it's gonna be fun. And it's Indiana, so that's cool. On May 8th, 1998, the small Indiana town of Riverdale was shocked by the brutal murder of one of its most beloved citizens on the night before her wedding. The victim, Harmony Ashcroft, was murdered in the parking lot behind a restaurant during her own wedding rehearsal dinner.
Well, I can't participate when you guys do it because I've already done that one. I'm sorry. That's the only one that we've done. We bought that one and we did it. Me and Harmony did it one night, which I bought it because of the name in the case.
Yeah.
I have 3 more. I got for Christmas.
What are they called?
Hold on. I'll tell you.
I've got oh yeah, I remember when we did that. The one with the clay on the shoe or whatever.
Yeah.
Hunt a Killer. I think I've got a whole
Uh-huh.
like season or whatever you want to call it of those. I'd have to find it. I didn't ever finish it.
Yeah. That was fun. I've done that one, and then my kids got me one, and some reason I started at like 10 o'clock at night. And I mean, y'all know how I am, like super OCD. And so instead of doing it like we did it, I literally read and looked over everything in the whole file and then started on it, thinking that that would be like the best thing to do instead of working backwards. Oh my God. I was up till the next day, like 5 a.m.
I got one. It's called Unsolved Case Files. The Jamie Banks. She's a teenager.
I think that's the one I was thinking of with the clay on the shoe that she like fell out a window or whatever.
I have 2 Hunt a Killer ones.
See, I think the Hunt a Killer, like when you say 2, do you have 2 packages or 2 like seasons or whatever they call them?
2.
Good night, Secret Agent Randy Beans.
I love your name.
It's a cool name.
Yeah.
Hi, Incog.
I want to be a secret agent.
Hello.
What? Some guy.
Well, you know.
Oh my gosh. How are you?
I'm okay.
I've been drinking a little bit tonight, so
Me
don't mind me.
too.
Oh.
Ooh.
What are you having?
Well, we had a bottle of Moscato and a bottle. Yeah.
Oh, nice.
So
Well, I'm not fancy. I'm having a crystal screwdriver.
oh.
It's
Pass it
terrible.
over.
No, it's absolutely terrible. Like, it's way too sweet, or I put way too much crystal in it. Like
I had
crystal light. Ugh.
Crystal. Oh, Bullet
Oh.
Bourbon Frontier Whiskey.
You're always so fancy.
I mean, I don't know. I don't drink very much, so every once in a while.
When you do, your top label.
That's the same bottle around for like a year.
Cece, did you give me the
Playing
popcorn?
guitar tonight. Yes.
Who got me the popcorn?
I thought it was appropriate.
Reveal yourself. It's so good, and I'm almost out. Like, I've divided up this last little portion of it.
All right.
The music's
Oh,
so
okay.
cute.
Here.
So you can't hear nothing, right?
No.
That's really nice. Everybody just stop talking. We open this down.
If somebody's singing.
Yeah, not happening.
There you go. Little
Nice.
music.
That was awesome.
I don't know if
I
you
was
can hear
asking
it.
about the Beatles. You know any Beatles?
Fuck yeah, I do, but
Fuck yeah, I do, but
Of course.
all right. What are we
Do it.
talking? What was that? Did you guys watch Get Back?
Get Back. I get back. Yeah.
Yeah,
Well,
you
yeah,
gotta sing this.
Are you talking about the Beatles like TV, like the series? Did anybody watch that?
Yes, that's what I'm talking about. It was
Oh,
on the
okay.
movie.
That was pretty good.
Like Paul McCartney's just sitting there. Like everybody else is just messing around, doing whatever. And Paul
Yeah.
McCartney's just on his bass, like
Yeah.
and he like writes this whole hit song. It was a huge
I know.
hit.
That was like, and I love how they did the little, I'm hearing an echo.
And he like writes this whole hit song.
You guys hear that?
Somebody has YouTube on, I think, in the background.
Yeah.
I
can hear
muted
it.
It's
mine.
not me. I muted.
I muted.
Is it
I'm in
me?
a silent room.
I was muted.
Hello, hello, hello.
The solos are great. John Lennon, he's like,
Coming in hot.
or whatever. I don't know if you can
That's
even hear that.
awesome.
So,
Dude.
Incog, is there anything you want to say to the people while you're on here? I seen you
Yeah.
said you couldn't stay very long.
I'm not taking back that I said you're above reproach, so don't
This
even.
is Amy's channel, and I don't think she's been able to say much even.
Oh, I mean, it's perfectly fine.
No, I don't have anything to bring to the table.
Oh, bullshit. I call BS.
Here for fun. Yeah.
We just filled everybody in about nonsense we've been doing in our lives and why me and Mel haven't been around, and made some jokes about a particular someone and talked some just random conversation. It's a good time.
Incog.
Mel said she has more stuff to show.
Oh yeah, I do have some more stuff, but yeah, I've been going through. I hope you don't mind, but I wanted to make like I could have swore you had a playlist on the Delphi like press conferences and like all of the different
Yeah,
Is that did I just like make that up pull that out of my ass or what? I couldn't find it.
Let me go see if I made it private so that I could do when I did the 4-part series.
Yeah.
I might have.
Well, the 4-part series was just fine because then it was like I ended up watching it all while I was going to find them. And that was really good just to like have a refresher on that every once in a while. So anybody here tonight, go watch Incog's Delphi series. I call it a series because it's so like there isn't anything that is missed that's actually just from law enforcement, especially. Like that's really all you did, really, wasn't it?
Yeah.
For the most part, which is exactly what you want to do.
Yeah, I
In
brought everything.
Incog, you did all the facts of the case.
Yeah, you really did, and I don't think you get enough credit for that.
Yeah, you did an amazing job with that.
Yeah, you really did. Because it was hard. I've been trying to organize all of these like playlists. Oh my gosh. I didn't realize there were so many random, like I found some on, well, he had a different name back in the day, but Jim Wagner. Like he's done interviews with Kim Riley, Tobe, Carter.
One of his interviews, I always forget who it was with. They said that the car at the CPS building was a sedan, and that doesn't get talked about that much. But I always thought that was a big one.
Yeah, that was one that I hadn't heard until I went back to.
There's another one of those that I used to go back to a lot. I've kind of like backed off of it. I used to be like a militant, only one guy person. I still am a one guy person, but not as crazy about it. But one of those, whoever he was interviewing on the law enforcement said that they were pretty sure it was just one person based on the information they had. And I used to go back to that a lot.
Yeah. Are you talking about Shane Perring? How do you say his last name?
Me?
Shane.
No, I'm talking about Minivan Traveler. What's Jim Wagner, one of his interviews? Oh, are you talking about never mind. You're talking about is that an FBI person?
That's the one I was gonna ask Incog if I couldn't find it anywhere.
Oh no.
And I know she shared it. and I couldn't find it on Jim's either. But
Who is he?
he's the one that I always say is hot.
I don't remember that.
Errine.
I kind of remember the name now. It's like kind of, but I don't remember enough to know who he is or what he said.
But do you remember what I'm talking about? The one where he's kind of walking along next to the reporter on the trails. It's just like him and the reporter, and obviously the camera. You know which one that is? By chance?
Are you talking to me?
Yep.
Sorry, you can blame Chris. He was talking to
Yep.
me.
Do I need to repeat?
There was an HLN one like that.
I
think it was Carter.
I just realized, not just realized, my Delphi related videos that I used for that 4-part series, I put on private, so I just made it public. There's 355 videos.
Oh,
Good
my
luck.
God.
Good luck.
I haven't even put a dent in it yet, so yeah, thank you.
And there's things in there that I didn't include in the 4-part series just because it was something that I'm like, that's really is not related now, but I had saved it anyway.
Right, yeah.
So good luck digging through there, but hope you find what you're looking for.
I can see him walking along the trail. I just can't. I don't know what. I don't know. I just can't seem to find it.
I don't have anything saved by Minivan Traveler. I can tell you that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Wait, it was Minivan Traveler walking on the trail with somebody?
No. This one was. I thought that's what you were getting ready to ask. I don't know. I wasn't.
Let me look at that one Reddit and see if I can find. Do you remember about what time, like what year it was?
Nope. Sure don't. And it's like, what do I type in? Besides, hottie walking along the trail next to a reporter.
I don't think that's gonna get you there.
I mean, I know his name, but like, he's not
Callahan.
No, Perrine. Some guy. Tell me how to say his name.
John Perrine, the
Is that
state
it?
sergeant. John Perrine from the Indiana State
Maybe
Police.
I called him Shane, but yeah, I'm talking about like, should I mix the two up? Shane Evans, but yeah, John.
Wait, he's on my
Perrine, maybe. I don't know.
Perrine, but what do I know?
I think that's it. Perrine.
He's on Twitter. Let me go search here.
That's and start calling people out in the Angie Barlow case. So that one. Be careful.
John Perrine.
Be careful, girl.
Somebody said, has Incog heard of that case in Carnersville that was brought up earlier that may have similarities to Denise Flum? If it's Darlene Russell, I definitely do. Yep.
Yeah, that's the one.
Mm-hmm. And then, yeah. But Luke has... what day is it? Luke has a page about Darlene Russell.
Yeah, he's in here. He brought it up and asked us about it, so we shared the link to his page and stuff for him.
Okay. Hey, Luke, sorry. I know you messaged me. I haven't got back with anybody, so.
Oh, yeah. I'm supposed to be downloading that. Sorry. I'm going to go do that.
Well, kids, I'm going to go because, as you can tell, I'm a little...
Oh, you're fine.
You're fine.
It's like, what time at night? It's midnight. It's the next day.
Bed's calling me.
Nice talking to you, though.
Yeah.
Yeah, I wanted to come on. I didn't get a chance earlier. I'm sorry.
No, it's good to hear your voice again.
There's a new man in my life, and he takes up a lot of it.
Yes, he does.
Puppy.
Am I happy?
Puppy, I said.
A new puppy.
Oh, you got a new man, like a man?
He's like an actual man.
Do you have a new man?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, well, sweet.
I don't know if he's sweet. Where'd you go?
Well, hopefully we're going to get to meet him.
Probably not.
Do you want to say hi in the background?
Who
Where'd
that?
Hold on, let me yell at him.
Let me yell at him.
Oh, that's a keeper right there.
Hey, all of our significant others have to talk once in a while. Maybe not.
Okay, say it again.
Hi, Mr. Society.
Hi.
Yes, Mr. Society.
Don't give him the big head.
Oh, Cece's got a
Good
question
for
for you before
That's
you leave.
awesome.
Am I bringing him to the next party? I don't know.
Give all
What's the next party? Chaotic.
Yeah.
give
I don't know.
Yason
I think I'm
someone to
gonna have to.
hang out with.
I think I'm gonna have to throw one together here soon just to do it. I have to
think
make
so.
my
I think
own
that's-
excuse.
I think that's so. I think that's what's gonna have to happen.
Yes. Valentine's Day, St. Patty's Day. I mean, come on.
Ooh.
They both fall on crap days this year because I thought about it.
Just let me know ahead of time. I need a little more time to make arrangements.
A week, a day before won't work.
Yeah,
But
no,
I will
the day
definitely
before will
on
not
that.
work for me.
I mean, we can just have a just because one, I suppose.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I mean, I think you like, man, I'm stressed out on your behalf.
Oh, I know a good reason to have one.
You don't need
The
to do any more
anniversary of
decor.
us leaving some dumbass's show.
Oh, that's coming up in March.
Oh,
Nice
Yeah, the last week of March.
celebration party.
That's when we
Right.
let it out.
That's when we
actually
announced it.
left
Yeah.
the beginning of March, right?
There you go.
Yeah.
That's a reason.
Yeah, it was like mid-March.
I'm
Because
so
it was spring
glad
break.
we figured all that out and talked to each other about it and did it. That was like the catalyst of like really. I mean, it was already public that he was like a con man, but that really let it out.
No, I'm not getting married, Chanda. Mm-mm. No,
Mel,
I have a
you're
new man in
married?
my life that takes up a lot of my time.
When I ask if it was a puppy, jackass. I've been drinking too, and I've got
I
Tito's.
know. I'm afraid I'm going to say too much.
I always think of just like whenever I think of a new man, it's like my new doggy. I haven't had a new man in like 15 years. So.
Time for a new contract.
Just cereal.
I guess I need to go through your videos and figure out when our announcement was. We'll make that the anniversary date since it's when everyone finally knew.
I just know I was in Tennessee.
Well, you're not planning on going to Tennessee this time, are you?
I think I may
If
have
I
seen
can
an
get there, I
email. So I bet I could look in my email if I'm remembering correctly and see if I can find that when it happened.
Oh, yeah.
And then I'll have to plan a party.
Okay,
There was so much backlash.
That's
And
ridiculous.
now, with things that are happening, it's like
Told you so.
nobody is coming forward and saying, oh, hey, sorry.
Yeah.
Right.
Sorry we accused you of being
right?
greedy bitches and clout chasing.
Well, people who
Right.
accused you.
I love that one.
Chasing. Oh my god.
Yeah, that's what
Fuck
he told the
that
girlfriend at
guy.
the time when we left. We were clout chasing.
Yeah. He asked us. We didn't go to
His-
him like, oh, please let us on your podcast.
Right. And I'm sure
Exactly.
his 4,000 people that he had at the time was going to do so much for us.
Mm.
And so I have one question.
Mhm.
Who's in jail? Not you two.
That's true.
That's
You're true.
Yeah, I mean he is
Please
famous.
don't pay off
guys.
his child support, people.
He's famous.
For the love
so
of God, don't donate money to pay off his child support.
please.
Think about this. Stop and think about it a minute, please.
Just like
This
say
is-
it out
this
loud.
is a public service announcement. There is an Anthony Greeno GoFundMe for $20,000 to pay off his child support, so he'll come back and make videos. Okay.
He's
And
not getting out
he
of
put
jail.
money on his books, so to make him comfortable up in there.
no. Make them suffer. For fuck's sake. I've always wanted to say that.
Get it,
on.
girl.
Bella.
I'm all about human rights and stuff, but come
Oh
on.
my gosh,
Come on.
Cece, I did not know that. Holy shit.
Sorry.
They're
That-
unfortunately going to have to learn the hard way.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. But some of them never learn. Some of them continue giving money so he can have fucking, I don't know, a ramen burrito in fucking jail. And meanwhile, they're
And a shot
struggling
of
to pay
Tang.
their own bills and they still don't. learn.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm
No, I
sorry, that's
do
okay.
have that one too.
Look,
Wait,
Ramen
donate to
burrito?
the family. I thought a lot about this, okay? Like, find out who his, donate directly to his illegitimate children, okay? Like, to their families.
Right.
Yeah.
And
yeah.
let's Anthony needs to get a job and pay for his own children. It's the law.
It was so
It's the
sad to
fucking
me
law. It's
that
that simple. You know what I mean?
the cat died unexpectedly, and I mean, deaths are so expensive to have even like the bare minimum for getting somebody either burying them and having a headstone or cremation or whatever. It gets up there, and some people haven't planned for that, and the fact that he raised that much for a
Cat
green
deserves-
screen or lights or whatever because he left his behind when he went on the run,
I don't even. It
Right.
makes me so
yet
sad to even
like
think that cat.
nobody could donate to
Oh,
Cat's GoFundMe for that a
I didn't
legitimate
want to know that.
issue.
To be honest, that sucks.
And I'm telling you what, like I don't know if anyone tuned into their the live Facebook that they did.
Mhm.
They put on a freaking show.
It was very good.
It was excellent.
And
there was
amazing.
There should have been a
Nuts.
shit ton more people in there. And there should have been a lot more money like raised to get them here. And it's not about in that, yeah, like they're coming here to, that's their brother,
Yeah.
that's their family member. And he was a part of this community. And like
People
he
are
takes
more
that
likely
over and earns himself $603. He told that a brother that he would help with that, and he would promote that and try to like get them the money they need because the Cat's got a huge family. I mean,
Mhm.
you don't know about someone's personal life, and so it's like trying to coordinate from all different parts of everywhere. It's just freaking sad that like it's just sad. It's pathetic, and it's embarrassing. Like I'm like I was legit like, oh my god, this is like I'm embarrassed for another human. Like,
Yeah. Well, and then the fact that people wanted to act like they were so sad about Cat's death, but in the end, they were more worried, or at least they were vocalizing being more worried about how Greeno felt about it than to help his family out or provide any like memorial to him. Like that says it all to me.
And Chanda, don't kick yourself. Like, trust me. It's
No. We've
it's
all
just
literally all been there, and that's
very
the
good.
thing is
He's a very good con man. I mean, I'll just say it. He's good at it. He's also
Yes,
very
I'm gonna
good at
go.
video editing. Like
Good night, everyone.
All right.
bye,
Night,
Incog.
Incog.
Sorry, Ryan. Whoa, she's split.
So like, damn it, this
Yeah.
great talk
Like, I'm
again.
out. No, I think she had something to do or whatever.
Yeah,
She had a limited time.
yeah.
sucked.
I mean,
I
it really
I,
sucked, and now this
I
really
feel
sucks
bad for
too.
the people that fall into it. Like, yeah,
We've all been there.
people deserve money, but like you got to be honest. You can't do a fundraiser for a family and take money from it. Like, that's
No.
where it's shady. You can't like sell T-shirts and then not deliver them
Yeah,
multiple times. Like,
yeah.
you can't take nude photos of women and then blackmail them with it. That's just not okay.
Yep.
In case
And
people
if you notice, I was like talking about that with a friend today too, of like how he will just put out like enough that they know what he really has. And he knows, he's looked up the laws on what you can share, like as far as pornography goes.
Mhm.
And it'll be just like not their face, like their side profile, and like only one butt cheek. Like this person told, like, and she's so right. Like, I hadn't even thought about that, but he does that on purpose because of what he has, and they know. You
Jess
know,
has a very
you
similar
following
story.
me? You following me?
There's a
Like,
lot of scared women out there.
Yeah.
yeah,
We
but
only
That
want the ones who
is
come
a
forward.
fact.
you don't want someone like him to have, but you don't know that until it's too late. You don't want someone like that to have a sex tape of you. And I mean, most of these women, they think they're going to marry him, you know, and they
He's so
some
good
of
at
them are
love
into,
bombing.
yeah, he
love
really
bombs
is.
It's
them.
He becomes
amazing.
their
He's very,
absolute
very good at
perfect
it.
man. Yeah.
And like he's a chameleon too. He'll adapt to the woman he's trying to con. I mean, I can't put it.
100%.
That's just what it is.
100%.
You've seen he's been engaged 2 times in the last year, not including this new one. We don't know.
Mhm.
He put down wife as the contact on his jail form. Like, that's fucked up.
Yep.
How 4 months isn't mad love when a month before that he was engaged to somebody else, and 6 months before that he was engaged to somebody else. Like, that's a pattern. That's something that's a red flag, like nobody's business.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Sure is. What happened? What did I do?
I don't know. I know
What
it's
did I
hard
do?
for people who care about him or who are friends with him or go back to the whole like he's always been nice to me, because he knows how to do that to make you feel special. But you have to, it's not just a one-off thing. There's a pattern. You can look back, and it's happened to multiple people. You can look back years ago, like Jess didn't have, you know, she couldn't tell the future. She couldn't tell what was going to come out later. She said the same thing about him taking pictures of her and posting them of her like in her thong and bra, posting them to her Instagram without her permission, knowing that she would be upset about that.
Yeah.
She does it to all kinds of people. So like not every, it's ridiculous to think that everybody is out to get
Give
him
him
and be
glue.
alive together. What?
Give him glue. He will be happy.
Well, he may have
That's
plenty of
hilarious.
glue in.
Here, we'll just put that one up there for a minute.
Classic
Yeah.
sociopath. Yeah, I can.
That sums it
Hey,
up,
Borgie,
Lipsha.
what's up? I haven't seen your
Hey,
name in a
Borgie.
while.
So good to see you. Lipsha, always a pleasure. We haven't said hi to our peeps enough, I think. Maybe we have.
Hi, K. Borgie.
Classic sociopath. I think he's a psychopath. I don't even think he loves his mother. I don't. No, I'm talking about his mom that like
Catherine.
Raised him.
Yeah, Kathy.
I'm talking about
The adoptive mom.
I mean it's been his
Since
mother.
he was 10 days old.
See now
It's a
can't
year and
find
10
that.
days. I was wrong about that.
A year and
Okay.
10
I
It
was
says
gonna ask you, I was
87,
like,
and I don't know. I got it wrong in the year.
he had just turned a year old.
It was a
So
year and 10 days.
which is scarier.
Yeah.
And that's the thing is like if if it had been 10 days, I think that we wouldn't be seeing the same person that we see today.
I
I
agree.
really don't.
So if we're talking, let's just turn it to a theoretical story for a minute.
Hmm.
And if we were watching the documentary on Netflix of that thing that we're talking about, it seems like this fictional character's parental supervisory for many years were good people, and still care about this fictional character. But like, I wonder how old this fictional character was when he found out that he was adopted. Because when you're adopted at 1, like, you don't know unless you're told.
I have a feeling he grew up knowing, because all his other siblings were in different places too.
That's true.
Mm-hmm.
That makes sense. And
I don't know.
so
I've got a
we
lot
get
of
into this
theories.
we get into this nature versus nurture conversation a lot with true crime. And
Yes.
Yeah.
it doesn't necessarily matter the nature or the nurture. especially when there's a huge influence in peers, like at school or something, like bullying or being ignored or whatever. I mean, we have no idea in this fictional character's life, but like Jeffrey Dahmer, they think he changed in high school and became very isolated, and that's what kind of eventually led to him killing people, dismembering, whatever, all that other stuff. And it's fascinating to think about these things. I just wonder if you knew or if you didn't know, it definitely affects you in some ways.
I have a theory. It's probably talking about this is probably going to make me sound a little crazy too, just because I know so much. But I'm not sure where. So like he had the siblings who were alive. Like he had a sister Justina, who they have the same mom and dad. Willie, he has a different dad, and Justina and Willie, I'm pretty I could be wrong about some of this, but I'm pretty sure they lived with his mom's mom and stepfather. So they lived there. And then he has two other siblings from a different dad, who are actually, what's the dad that he claims first name? Daniel Greeno's kids. Actually, his biological children. There's two of them. I'm not sure where they were living, but I'm assuming they were living together somewhere else. So he was over by himself with this woman. And because Justina and Willie were at his biological grandmother's house, based on like this, especially the story that he just had with his uncle, kind of confirmed it too. I think that they were able to see their mother more because she would stop by because that was her mom's house, where he was over here by himself with, I'm not sure, like friend of the family or whatever it was. And she may hypothetically not have, or he may not have seen her as much because that's not her mom's house. And I think that while that was probably good for him, because it sounds like that may have been a stable home, as a kid, if you want to put yourself in that position, I think it would be common to ask yourself, like, why am I here by myself? Why am I not like with them? So then you get the whole like outsider thing. And
now, wasn't there some paperwork that pointed toward disability because of?
No, it says minor or
it's
whatever person, but that's just because he was a minor. He wasn't the impaired person.
Yeah, it says it on all of them, like minor or impaired, because they're not viewed as any different from each other, like in the court of law.
Are you talking about the papers I found?
I don't know.
I think you might be talking about the papers I found. You're talking about the guardianship papers?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he was just a minor there.
Well, he was grown. He was grown when they ended it. There has to be a reason.
Yeah, I haven't. I noticed that. I got that far into that
because I had guardianship over my brother, and it ended when he turned 18. Like there was no court reason why. You know what I mean? Like we didn't have to go to court to end it. So there has to be a reason his continued.
You think because there was like a juvie type thing going on, or?
I don't know, but I mean, he was well into being an adult, so it's kind of weird.
Yeah. As a teenager,
some of that was because they hadn't heard back from the guardian, because they probably didn't even know that was a thing. So it wasn't really like.
I figured it would off at 18 like automatically, but I have no idea.
My brother's ended when he was 18. I said the guardianship on my brother automatically ended when he was 18. So I don't know.
I wonder if it was like maybe different back then. He's a hooker. What?
Now, as a teenager, there was an altercation between the foster mother and the fictional character we're speaking of. And the term beating up was used, like he beat up his foster mother. Police were involved. We don't know the extent of what that means. Mm-hmm. It could be as simple as a slap or a one punch, or we have no clue, or a bunch.
Yeah.
But that happened.
And you said foster mother, and that might be a reason, Amy, because can be a little bit different than guardianship.
Well, it was guardianship that I think she signed over her rights.
Yeah, they both did, but I didn't know if she was a foster parent, like
sorry. I thought you meant
prior to that, like was that something that she was
yeah. I'm not sure how she got
outside of Greeno? I don't know how to.
Yeah.
My thing is that I was watching and it was not good. Like, I'm not telling anybody to go out and watch this or rent this. Please don't, because it really was not good. It's called Old, just Old. That's it. But there's a scene in there, and it's basically this island where you just age, and it's like these mad scientists playing, God, and they're basically doing it for the betterment of the world, but they're literally killing people, and because they're watching them die, and so there's these 6-year-olds, a boy and a girl, and then they literally are grown and they're horny teenagers in hours. And then they have sex and she gets pregnant and she literally is ready to deliver in hours. And the baby is delivered and they lay the baby down in a blanket, and within seconds that baby dies. And the reason is because if you think about time, if you don't give, and it's all about the like affection and physical touch. There's all kinds of studies, especially in different parts of China, where children are put in orphanages from the time they're born. At least they don't just like go out and like kill them anymore, like by the droves.
Like Eastern Europe, there's a lot of problems there too with that.
But yeah, I mean, they're just if a baby is deprived of that just the human touch alone, it can really damage them. Is that an excuse to let them keep perpetuating bad behavior? Absolutely not. It's just like an understanding of the damage that can be done in the first year of a child's life. Plus, what Ivy said, I have my parents were foster parents, and he's my brother, and that abandonment and growing up separate from your family, even though it's like, in a way, it's like, for him anyway, it's like, thank goodness. But it does create this, like a lifelong struggle, of the like dichotomy of that. Like, he's better because he wasn't raised in that environment, but he's not better because now it's like, that you're the only one that was singled out for abandonment. And that's the same with my brother.
Sorry to interrupt you, but I'm really interested in what Truth Seeker is saying. There's one comment that says his grandma helped raise him, and she one time put out a write-up about him too. Can you elaborate on that? Do you mean like a case study about him, or like?
Are you talking about Caroline?
And then there, she also, or he or she,
Kathy.
I know I've seen Truth Seeker around. I can't remember if it's a man or a woman. He knew and told me what happened to his mom one time, even if he lied about it, because it tells everyone something different. So it sounds like, so did he tell you the truth, Truth Seeker? And then Lipsha, is that the rhesus monkeys? I can't remember who did the rhesus monkeys. I don't know if it was Skinner. Let me look it up. But there's studies you can Google. There's been studies that looked at, of course, it was like severe neglect. It wasn't even like abuse. Of course, in my opinion, neglect is abuse, but neglect in the first 3 years. And there, you can look at an MRI, and there are major changes in the brains of kids who were neglected.
Oh yeah, and we think of head trauma, which falls under the umbrella of like what you look at and for serial killers, and head trauma can be that can be at birth too, or it doesn't, like my aunt, like she was born not breathing, and that caused a severe, like something similar, and then the way that they had to deliver her caused something similar to severe brain trauma in her brain. And so like just those little factors like that of like what happened to him in that first year, what happened to him at the birth. I think it's pretty clear, especially after the uncle spoke, that they both were not in a position to have a baby. Maybe that's what Truth Seeker's talking about. Maybe that's when he was with his biological grandma. Do you
Well,
know?
you know how you said that the adoptive mom, like, she's commented on his Facebook, but the one
Yeah,
who
I have those too.
the one who comments the most is a grandma, though. I think, if I remember correctly.
Uh-huh. Yeah. Because Kathy, I shouldn't say her name.
We'll forget
Well,
that.
their names are kind of similar, and so it's like it can get confusing, but yeah.
Does Truth Seeker want a link? She can come up here and talk, or
Oh
he.
yeah. Do it, Truth Seeker. Do it. Nature versus nature. Sorry, Grime. That made me laugh. It's late. I don't know. And I think if you don't just look on the surface, the interview he did with his uncle you can pick up some interesting things there. I mean, it's not
Yeah, you
proven,
really can.
but there's some interesting the questions he
Yeah.
asks, the way he words things.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I was trying to do the nature versus nurture, and
Nature versus nature.
Nature versus nature. That it's also the hierarchy of needs.
Yeah.
Is
Maslow.
Yep. The hierarchy of needs. If you don't have,
Hasn't that been proven? Well,
I don't know if there's been
I don't know
stuff
if it's
on it.
been
I hope
proven.
not, because I'm a huge believer in Maslow.
yes. Yeah, they changed it a little bit, but when I was doing my studies last year on the behavior stuff, they did change it, the actual pyramid a little bit, but it's pretty much the same. Which was it's very interesting to learn about that.
Mm-hmm.
Because if a child, when they're being raised, if they don't have food or attention, or there's certain things that fall in those categories, and they don't develop normally. They really, how do you say this so that you
Well,
got in
it goes
terms?
out into like
They're
adulthood too.
underdeveloped, almost like a delay in development can be that. And I do see some immaturity in I really like Green Bean when True Seeker said that, so I'll say Green Bean. But he is not mature. I mean, it's like he stopped somewhere. And even though right, and I'll give the example,
If you want to,
a little personal, but I have 2 other sisters besides me, and we were basically stolen from my dad, and my mom moved us a lot, like every 6 months. Now, the oldest was angry, and she still is to this day, and she's in her 50s. Me being the middle one, I was the peacekeeper, and I messed up from it a little bit, but I really didn't get into a lot of trouble. The younger one went for academics and achievements, but we all 3
I'm the
processed
youngest.
it differently.
Yeah.
That's
real.
That's a really good point.
It's very real. Each of us in our genetics, even though we're all sisters, we all processed it. I carried a lot of the weight inside. And so I internalized a lot, which later in life, as we all know, it creates illness within you, and it creates mental health when everything decides it's going to come out.
Yeah.
I mean, eventually you got to blow, and I don't see that. My oldest sister was a fighter, constantly angry, 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 angry. And
Mm,
that's how she handled it. And the youngest went for academics, and she still does well to this day.
yeah.
Much better than the other two of us. But each child will do it differently, and that's why I made that point.
Yeah.
It
Yeah,
makes
you're
sense.
totally right. I remember some of your stories, and I was just, like, literally speechless. I didn't even know what to say,
I'm
you know? It
sorry.
just No, I mean, I said that, for your sake. It was just, like, there's no words to
It was hell.
make you feel better for what
Yeah.
some of that stuff. I can't imagine, and but I have a question of, like, do you
Yes.
think that the processing was affected by outlet? Like, your your older sister had an outlet that was, like, pretty negatively affecting the world around her, I would assume. And
Absolutely.
then your younger sister had an outlet that was, like, positively affecting her, and you didn't I don't know, like, being the peacekeeper, did you have an outlet at all? And, like,
Um,
the differences in how that affected the whole situation.
my believe it or not, you guys probably won't believe this, but I was called Mouse. I never spoke. Um, I just didn't talk. I
Mhm.
literally internalized a lot.
Mm. Yeah, that's hard. That's a tough one. Did
Yeah,
you realize
but
you
I
were doing
only
it?
tell that story because all 3 of us did not manipulate people. All 3 of us, none of us did that. Um, and we don't ask people for money. We don't ask to live. We can still function as an adult, should
Mm.
function, even though we had our life. And I mean, I won't share the stories. I know I told a lot of you because I trusted you guys, but
Mhm.
I'm not sticking it in YouTube world
Oh,
because
yeah, no. No, I
that's
didn't.
a lot of nonsense. But I can tell you, and you guys can back me up on this. We still lived productive lives, even though we each handled it differently. And I
Amen.
really, I really didn't have an out. I actually was, I did have one out. I was a EMT by the time I was 18. I did a lot of volunteer firefighter stuff, and
Mhm.
I had a actually our chief of the fire department was a great mentor for me, and I think he kept me on task.
Mm.
And it's important, if you know somebody, you can mentor them, but you can't change somebody that doesn't want to change.
Yeah.
It's just not going to happen.
Right.
But they can encourage you. And I really found myself, especially when I moved to Chicago after graduation, um, I had to open up. I had to talk because otherwise
Yeah.
people ran all over me. Well, now we all know that I kind of flipped the opposite. And now I'm demanding.
Oh, no, you're not. You're a sweetheart.
Oh, thank
But,
you.
yeah, I mean, I've heard like, I've heard your tragedy and, like, everything that happened, and but it's also, you know, like, that's the thing is, like, you can take a tragedy and turn it into a triumph in your life.
You can. And
And it's
I am the person I am today because of where I was and what happened to me.
Yeah, and it's like it's still a choice, and you
It's
can either have that self, like, in
that's
inner look at yourself and why you do what you do and make a change. I sound like a freaking Michael Jackson song, but, like, You know, like, but it's true. You take a look in the mirror and like take your own inventory and be like, I don't want this. I'm going to change this pattern and do something different for my sake and my children's sake.
Yes,
And I'm reading
and I
what Kate
changed it.
Borgie's writing, and like kind of it seems kind of like really important. I wanted to
It is.
try to
It's
catch it all because it's like split up. Being an only girl or boy also makes you not just a middle child, but an older child. Yeah, especially if you're more mature than your siblings.
right.
Then was a firstborn in foster homes, technically speaking, raising the kids like my own. Wow. Yeah, that's like even like that's a lot.
You
But the
have
maturity is something that like I think a lot about with the serial killer profiles, and like, is it emotional, like their emotional intelligence, like their innate, like emotional processing? Is that something that determines like which path you take, where you take that tragedy and you turn it into something that you victimize with, or you turn it into something that you overcome with and you become better? Like crime. I mean, you help, you give back in your career.
I do.
Like, I don't think it's a mistake that you chose that path, you know, and like that seems to be like a really big pattern in families, because most serial killers aren't just like they're not just all like only children. And I
Right.
do know some only children, and they are like, I'm like, oh my, you know, like there's issues that come from being an only child as well.
Can I be a contrarian a little bit?
Do what?
Can I be a contrarian a little bit?
Sure.
Absolutely. I love that.
So, when not saying in this conversation specifically, but you hear this a lot with people who have experienced trauma or neglect or abuse or whatever. And if you watch Dr. Phil, you'll see it in the comments a lot too. And people will say, well, I experienced trauma. I had a neglectful child. I had an abusive childhood, and I didn't turn out that way. So like that doesn't give them an excuse to do it, which I'm not saying that there should be an excuse. I don't think there should be. But everybody also handles like trauma differently. And one of the questions is that I think you guys were trying to get at too was, what is it that allows some people like crime to be able to work through that and make a better life, and other people to go to spiral and, you know, go the wrong way, if you want to call it that.
Right.
And is that genetic, or is it environmental, or what is it? I had more to this and I forgot what it was.
A lot of
Yeah.
mine was environmental. It's who I put
Mhm.
myself around and the choices I would make. I haven't always made the best choices.
I mean, a lot of people can say that.
Yeah.
But the
Exactly.
difference is being able to,
Learn from it.
yes, that's a huge difference, is being able to
Yeah.
acknowledge it and then change your ways.
Right.
Oh, that's
Right.
something that happens with the Greeno thing all the time.
Yeah.
His supporters, and they say, you're judging him on his past. Everybody has a past. I'm sure you're
It's
not
like 2
perfect.
minutes ago.
Yes, it was like a month ago. He's literally on the run right now.
And it's the
If
habitual. It's
your past is your
habitual.
present, like it's a problem.
You can't habitually use that. I have a cousin that does that, and I just want to tell him to shut the fuck up. Like,
Yeah.
you don't get to get, like, he's one of those, like, gets on Facebook and goes on these long diatribes, and
Oh my
it's like,
gosh.
victim, victim, victim. That's the only word that he could write. Like, because that's the only word that is fitting for the 1,000-page essay that he's wrote on freaking Facebook. But, like, it's just that victim mentality of some guys brought that up and touched on some of those points earlier too, and on his show that's no longer to be, which is really sad. But anyways, like that's a huge thing what you just brought up of like, I don't know.
Well, and what is it? Because I am perfectly fine admitting this, that yes, like I've experienced trauma and I don't scam people, and I'm able to get through things, but I'm not as strong, if you want to call it that, as a lot of people that I know. Like I'm more emotional and things affect me more. And oh my gosh, if I could choose to change that, believe me, I would. It makes it harder. So then you get into the whole what, like, and I know this is kind of a weird stance to have, but it's something I definitely think about. People who are sociopaths and psychopaths and all those, they have a terrible stigma. But one thing you have to remember is nobody asked to be born like that. Nobody has to be born with their brain messed up that they can't experience empathy towards others. It's still like I hate to call it a disease, but like, yes, they do terrible things, and yes, you have to protect society, but they didn't ask to be born like that.
I agree.
So,
I can't imagine being not having that, because you're constantly looking at humans and being like, wow, like what's like, why can't I be like that? Why can't
yes.
anything be genuine? And you're just, it's literally not there, and you can't add that back in, it seems. You can mimic behavior, and that's a learned behavior. That's not true empathy. And so when you lack that, it's it's a choice. How you, like, just, and it's not real, but Dexter,
That's a
or
perfect example, even though
his
it's
son in that last season of like, what's wrong with me? Kind of a, I don't know what you call that, but like, it is something that isn't their fault.
mm-hmm.
Right.
And that's where it gets so confusing, because it's still a conscious choice that they make to do what they do. And that is not excusable.
No.
Right.
And it should not be excused. And just because A, B, C, and D does not mean that you get to go on a lifetime journey of victimizing and hurting people and stealing and raping and killing and,
Right.
all of the things that are negative in this world. You don't get it. That doesn't give you a right. No one has a right to do that. And, and that's the thing. They just have a bigger mountain to climb.
That's
If
a
that
good way
makes
to
any
say it,
sense.
too.
And that
Yes.
sucks. That really does suck.
And I have a son with autism. He's an adult now, and he does not have empathy, but he can show things in different ways because we taught him. You can't teach empathy. And I don't know how to explain it, but
You can teach
one
people to
thing
think,
we've
though, more
always
than others.
told him is you can't control other people. You can only control what you do.
Yeah.
And you have to take responsibility, disability or not. If you are high functioning autism or have a mental delay, you are responsible for your actions.
Yeah.
And not, you know what I mean.
Like
Not
diminished
saying
capacity is what our
right.
legislation calls it, but it's true. You are responsible, but at a diminished capacity of responsibility, and I think that's fitting. It should
Right.
be that way.
Yes.
But yeah, Rebel, that sounds awesome.
Wow.
You read that 80,000
Holy
I can't wait to see
diamonds?
it.
Rebel's here.
Yeah, she's getting ready to come on too.
That's what? That's
some
like-
guy you're behind.
She's entering right now.
An angel bear, like, I know what that's like. And yeah, something was helpful for me was actually that one guy that one of the Memphis 3. What's his name, Ivy?
Damien Eccles.
Damien
Which sounds
Eccles.
pretty cool.
He talks about like fear. It's the
Mhm.
same as anxiety. It's just like a different word for it. But like, well, sometimes, not always. Anxiety is not always wrapped up in fear, but of being able to see it for what it is, and then like not just like try to ignore it. Like when you try to ignore it, like then you just suffer because you can't. But when you can like sit with it and then let it pass behind you. And that for me was like just those little simple things that I wish I had heard that when I was 18 and had my
Mindfulness.
first major panic attack, of like,
Right?
it was very helpful. And I do that a lot now. And it has helped me to be able to find different coping mechanisms of like, okay, you know what? I'm not running from this. I'm just going to sit with it and I'm going to let it be. And then I'm going to put it back there. And then I'm going to have to do that again a couple days down the road. But like, you got to try.
That's why those people who are constantly positive are, for one, so annoying, but also it's kind of damaging. Like, not everything's
so,
positive
too.
all the time.
I think
No.
so too.
Ugh.
Hey, Rebel.
Hello.
Hey.
Rebel.
Can you hear me?
Yes,
can.
we want to see
Change
a
your name to
picture
Diamonds
of
or a
your
girl's best friend.
diamond.
They're not real diamonds.
Well, I would think not. 80,000 of them.
Oh my
I'll be
god.
taking a couple. No,
I don't know what I got
Would it?
myself into.
I bet.
Ugh.
Is it something we can see or like eventually get to see?
Sure, yeah. It looks wonky right now because it's not complete, but yeah,
Is it
I'll
like
share
where
it
you
on
stick-
Discord.
Is it where you
Okay,
stick
cool.
the diamonds down? What's that called? Diamond art?
Lips, that's awesome. Toxic positivity sucks
Yes.
too. I love that.
Bedazzling?
I can show you
No,
guys
I'm not
one.
bedazzling.
Kidding. I
My
don't know.
mom did it when I moved these last couple of months. She did a housewarming, and it's the diamond one. I can show you what it looks
It's like
like.
diamond art. Is it called diamond art or diamond coloring or I forget.
Well, I mean, it's similar to that, but oh, what is going on here? Sorry, I'm trying to do too many things at once.
My mom said it took about 6 months. To
Wow.
finish. So I will show you. Do not look at me. But I'm going to try to put it in the camera for you.
Speaker, you should come up here. I would love to hear your stories.
Hold on.
Who are you talking about?
Mhm.
You're going to. I'm just looking at it.
Can you see it?
Speaker, I'm looking at it right now.
Oh, is it a bear?
It is.
Oh, wow.
I collect black bears. And
That's really pretty. And it's all those little diamondy thingies?
they are. And it is, my mom worked for 3 full months on
Oh,
it.
look, it's like a mountain range and a bear. Because
Yeah.
a lot of the ones I've seen are like,
That's cool.
they remind me of like Lisa Frank stuff, but that one's really cool.
Yeah.
Not that there's anything wrong with Lisa Frank. Lisa Frank was the shit.
Yeah,
What's
I
your,
have to go into Discord. I haven't been in there in a while. Ugh.
what's
Is
the,
that what you're
Weird.
doing, Rebel?
Yeah, very similar.
Very okay.
So I'm working on one that I got through a store just to try it.
Did
And
you
then
put it
I'm
in there?
working on a piece of my own to actually
Did you
figure
make
out
it
the
all?
process.
Like, did you make your project, your big project? Did you like draw it and everything or?
Well, this one I got from a store just to try out the process before I actually put effort and work into it.
Mhm.
But I am in the process of, sorry, I'm signing into something here. Here we go. I'm in the process of creating my own art and figuring out how I want to lay down the diamonds.
That's cool.
Because when you get them pre-done at the store, like they have the sticky stuff.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm trying to figure out, like, am I seriously gonna like glue stick every fucking dot down?
What about hypoxy? You know what I'm
You
talking
mean
about?
epoxy?
Like,
Yeah.
I don't know if
but-
that's what it calls, but my cousin does artwork like that, and oh my gosh, like he
So
needs
epoxy is really toxic, first of all. Like, you need to be in a
yeah.
really well ventilated space. And since I'm like right over the board, probably not good.
Yeah.
Also, you need something that stays tacky,
Okay.
or else you have to glue each stone down. So anything that dries too fast.
So
won't
you're
work.
making like a 3D something, not like flat.
Right.
Okay, that makes sense. I see what you're saying now.
I didn't know it was 3D. Or
That's
did I?
cool.
It's actually considered 5D.
Oh,
Hmm?
cool.
What
yeah,
other dimension are you in?
I don't know. It's
Even
just
like another
my
dimension
reading
over
on
there.
it calls it 5D. But no, I'm figuring out this one. The process is going well, but like I said, the next one is going to be one I create, and it's going to be Dave Grohl, but we'll see.
Very cool.
Because he's my boyfriend.
Yeah.
And Lipsha, like I think it's called I don't know. He makes tables.
Yeah, epoxy.
It is
Is
epoxy.
that what epoxy is? Okay. I
It
mean, he
is.
knows how to do it right. He basically uses a like what a mechanic would use in a like when like my uncle paints cars.
Right.
And
Yeah.
so his setup is pretty much that. So I mean that's a pretty safe epoxy.
Yeah,
I
and
mean,
epoxy is like more of a resin, so you'd almost
yeah.
pour it after you've laid down something
Right, yeah. That makes
versus,
sense.
as you're like laying down.
Yeah. So you can't really like move it around.
Right.
He was gonna give me
Well,
some lessons. That's why I'm asking all these questions.
yeah, you kind of
Like
pour
what
it
all
and
you
then
can
you just
do.
hope for the best that it runs to the right spots and you don't get bubbles and weirdness in it.
Yeah. I did the crayon thing with my kids. Now that was kind of fun. Has anybody ever made like taken a canvas and did the crayon like
Oh, where you melt it with a blow dryer?
yeah, into different patterns and stuff? We got kind of crazy with ours. The first ones were just like crayons lined up. And it's like, let's see how cool, like how different we can make this. And it was so much fun. They had a blast.
We did something like that, like in church and like Sunday school, vacation Bible school type thing when I was a kid. But you got a rock and you shaved down, you got like shavings of crayons and put it on the rock and put it in the oven. And they would melt on there and make this big, like swirly, colorful thing on this rock. It was pretty cool.
I used to do all those kind of things, like just like what could I make up today to entertain myself? Because I was no schooled until 8th grade. And I did art like that. I went to like art classes with this lady, and she was a professional artist for my whole childhood. And so I'd get home and I wasn't done creating, so I would just get in the kitchen and find weird shit and like, what can I do with this? And then my sister, she always created things out of her food. And I'd be like, ooh, we should like put hairspray on it and see if we can get it to stay for life. Like
Out of
taking
food?
Aquanet and spraying her food down to see if it wouldn't mold and like we could save it.
Do you ever watch the videos of the professionals that like create the food portraits? Because they can't use real food because it melts down and all sorts of stuff. I find it fascinating the things they figure out to use for
I have
foods.
not, but I think I would probably like that too. Hey,
I know I can watch those all day.
I don't even know what that is, but
I can watch someone clean a rug for at least a good hour.
I've watched those too.
Or pressure washing.
Oh my gosh.
Pressure washing is fantastic.
It really is. The husband that I won't marry, he wants this blowtorch. And like, I don't even know what he could get into with that. Like, that is scary on many levels. But like, I'm thinking of like, ooh, I kind of want him to buy it because I could do a lot with that. I might kill myself in the process, but yeah, you can make a lot with like weird.
Start yourself out with a heat gun.
Well, yeah. I mean, but kind of go big or go home,
I would like to do like resin.
Burn the house down.
But I'm really bad with sticky things. I get it everywhere and it ends up being a disaster. So I'm afraid to use resin, but I would love to do resin things.
Oh no.
I'm not a
town at a
person.
freaking like, ooh, it was in Newton County. We had like time when we were waiting on the sentencing, and I'm so mad because it would just wait. It was too like literally a half hour too long, and I didn't get to stay to hear them say she's guilty, Ashley Garth. But while we were waiting, I went and like we went in this place, and it just like literally this place was so freaking full, but this was meant to be mine.
Dragnet Crime Lab? What is that?
Can you see that? Like, it is literally super old.
Is it like an old book or what is it?
No, it's like it's got a buckle.
That was like a little box.
That's gonna buckle. Aw.
That's so cool.
Rebel left. She didn't like my box.
She's been gone
She
for a
leave
little
again?
bit. Oh, did she pop back in?
Yeah, she was back
not
in.
looking.
and then-
Dragnet Crime Lag, Jack Webb Star, Dragnet, and
She's
Badge
coming back again.
714.
That's really
I
cool.
keep getting bounced.
Originally,
That's
it
weird.
had look at
know.
this. It's so cute. It's missing a lot of parts, but I just really liked the box. But look at this little tiny gun. Can you see it? Look at it right there.
Oh my gosh.
Oh my
that is
goodness.
Oh, it comes
precious.
out. It's so freaking
It's adorable.
I want to send
It's
it
a
to
baby.
Greeno.
I want one of
It
those.
might be just his size. Like he could hold it and pose
Hilarious.
with it. Because I just read all those Bad Boys bail bonds today. And look, it has a tiny badge. Look.
I want one of those. Like what would I Google to find that?
This is one of a kind. You're not
Is
going to
it
find
really?
it. No. I don't know. It's super old.
You know I believe things.
And it sure does smell that old. I'll tell you that.
You'll just send me like a close-up picture of
It's
it.
got
later.
like a fingerprint, like unidentified fingerprints, and like all these little cute little things. I wish it had all of the stuff in it.
I love weird shit like that. Like one of my dreams one day, especially when I get a new house, is to have like a whole cabinet of like just oddities and weird shit.
But like the thing to think after all these years, see my finger where it's like got the residue on it. Like
Yeah.
it's still, you can still do a fingerprint out of it. It's so cute.
Oh my gosh.
And then
So
I
we-
found this literally like a blow dryer from I'm pretty sure my great grandma had one. And it was like she didn't, it wasn't something that she used, it was just like a
Was it the ones in the
antique she
case?
had. Huh?
Is it the ones in the case that come in a case?
It does have a case, but it's
Like a tiny
that.
suitcase?
It's like one of the first blow dryers.
That's really cool.
Yeah, and because my great grandma had one, I was like, oh, I know how much like that thing could be worth. You're talking 1930s, 1920s, maybe.
That's really cool. I love weird stuff.
Yeah, that's what got me into that, like that thing we were talking about the other night with the documentary on, like
Oh, yeah.
how technology was
yeah.
like too advanced for itself, and like people were electrocuting themselves and
Mhm.
like killing themselves because of all the new things they wanted to try.
Let's electrocute our pectoral muscles to get bigger pecs. Don't care about the heart. We don't need that.
Well, you got to think about, not to get dirty, but I don't really care, like early vibrators.
Yeah, hysteria.
There's no battery.
That's true too.
That's just getting plugged in.
Well, I mean, there's many that plug in now too. So I'm sure
Well,
that
yeah,
the
but
safety standards are different.
yeah, like that they've come a long way to where when you're plugging something in an outlet, when the outlet, like literally home electricity was just invented.
Oh,
That's scary. But yeah, I was really happy about my find, and I wanna like do something with it and like hang it up, but I'm gonna have to wait till one of these children of mine move out.
will you send me a picture of the front of it?
Yeah.
Thank you.
What else have you been up to, Rebel?
Oh gosh, let's see. Well, we're hoping for a completely week of preschool next week. So there was a COVID case, so the kids had to be out of school for 5 days, test on the 6th, then they could go back the 8th. They were both negative, so that was good. And then like 2 days after that, we get an alert that they've changed all the COVID procedures at preschool to meet the 5-day standard. And after 5 days, they can come back with a mask. And I'm like, oh, that would have been nice the week before. And then they're back for 2 days, and we're driving home from daycare on Wednesday. And Lily's like, I don't feel good, but she was like kind of jokey about it. So I'm like, "Oh, you're just being silly," or whatever. And then all of a sudden, I just hear projectile vomiting from the back seat. I'm like, "Oh, fuck."
Oh,
Oh,
shit.
And I mean, it was like The Exorcist back there. Like she was just,
Oh,
she couldn't stop, and she's crying. "I'm sorry, Mama. I'm sorry. It's not your
mm,
fault." So
oh.
then she was out the next day, but then she felt fine. Uh, so we're hoping for a whole week of daycare. It's been a little stressful trying to work with the kids home, but they were pretty good. Other than that, art, work, trying to stay out of a strike with our union.
mm.
Yeah, lots of shit.
That's fun.
And I just want to keep working.
Yeah. I've never been in that position. I'm a fan of unions, though. Sorry about my microwave. I'm a fan of unions, but I don't want to strike. I guess I'm kind of
Yeah,
a fair weather unioner.
And our union has not struck, yeah, um, or filed intent to strike since 1981. So this is kind of really unprecedented. And so we voted to strike, and then they went back to the table the day before we were supposed to strike, and got a new deal. And now they came back to us with that, and we have to vote by the 9th on it. So fingers crossed that enough people, like I said, I was up for striking at first, and now I just want to stay working, and it's stressful.
Yeah.
Oh,
Unions are important, though.
ugh, it's like got that old grime.
Why do all old things smell the same? Like, what is
Yeah,
it?
it has that smell.
I don't know what the smell comes from, but I'd like to know.
Mothballs.
Mold. Yeah, but like, what is a mothball?
They used to use them to keep like mice and stuff out of drawers and things.
How do you get their little legs apart?
What?
I think my doggy can for you. Oh, freaking carrying around moths in his mouth. You know how terrifying that is when your dog drops a moth and it's still alive out of their pit bull little, well, sort of pit bull mouth, and it flies at your face? Yeah, that's getting some scary shit.
He's a sweet little dog. He's trying to save them.
My husband has it and is still sick on day 10. Yeah.
Oh, I'm
Are you talking about
sorry.
COVID, Angel Bear?
I've been very lucky.
Time for bed. Somebody. Mel's feeling good. I know. I need to not drink this so fast. I haven't had one since the 22nd. I'll tell you what, those what are they called? Those little Trulies? They're tasty, but I was like, well, hell
I'm not a
on
fan of
wheels.
them.
That was quick. And my not husband was like, well, you've been down in those like you're dying of thirst on a Sahara. Like, just because they're free don't mean you gotta have a 12-pack. And I'm like, they're just little. They're not like, they're spritzers. He's like, they have more alcohol in them than the Bud Light. Oh, they do?
Really? What are they called? Trulies?
Uh-huh.
They're probably carbonated, though. You said spritzer. I hate carbonation. Makes everything not fun.
They're in a but they have pineapple, and pineapple's my favorite.
Oh, me too. Pineapple and coconut rum. My drink all day.
Pineapple and mango together.
Oh, yeah. Yes.
I love you, Mel. You and
Coconut
Amy
rum,
crack
you
me
say?
up. Coke, I don't like that.
Sugar Island coconut rum is delicious.
I can't. Rum and me are not. You want to talk about wild woman.
Was that who I thought it was just talking?
Who?
Some
What?
guy? It was just some guy
Yeah.
talking.
Yes.
Okay.
Chasen? Can I say his
Chasen Gang.
name, or is that a no-no?
Oh, I thought you were talking about some guy.
Oh, some guy.
I don't know. I'm
Yes, some guy. It is who you think it is. Some guy.
Well, hello.
Or is it?
Where is it?
Oh, well,
He
now
has
I can tell.
a 2-line sentence of all of his names.
What'd you say?
Some guy.
Oh,
He I think he's surpassed me in names.
It's not a
Pretty sure.
competition, Mel. It's not-
What? Don't you take it back right now. Take that back.
I tried Moscato today.
Moscato?
Good for
Yeah,
you.
Rancher.
it was really good.
Some guy, you just need to be like, start telling me, don't tell me what to do. Stop
What?
telling me what to do.
I'm so
That's
confused.
I was standing up for you today, and then I got messages. And then I was like, I'm not going to say anymore. It was just like, I said what I wanted to say, and like, I'm not going to answer any more questions.
No more questions.
Well, I mean, it was just like, don't do that. He doesn't deserve that, and I'm not going to see it. I'm not going to have. I'm like, no, you're not. I'm not going to. Yeah,
I have no idea what's going on right now.
it was in a chat, and like somebody, brought him up, and it was like it was freaking hard. Where is like,
Brought some guy up.
yeah, and it's like. Keep it. I told him, I was like, I straight up was like, you keep him out of your mouth right now. I said that, like, keep him out of your mouth.
I can see you doing that,
You're
Mel.
the best.
Not sure shit did.
Yes.
That's amazing.
What did
He
he?
just pisses me off
say?
anyways with his fucking C's. I am
Yeah.
proud to have
We know
the
what that's-
B's.
We know what that C stands for him.
Yeah.
There's so many different options, though. I don't know which one I'm thinking of.
Continuity.
And applesauce.
Yes, definitely continuity.
Constipation?
Yeah.
No, I want our Harvey voice. We should go bed.
Ladies and gentlemen.
Oh my gosh, he does it the best.
Yes, Truth Seeker, I did. I got that in Kentland, so that's like makes it even more special, really. Kentland's a beautiful little town. I'd like to live there because it's so small and quaint, and like it's not just. I don't like big towns, and I feel like ours it's just been. I've lived here most of my life, and it is just it's too big.
If I can't drive 10 minutes and get to like only cornfields, I'm uncomfortable.
Yeah, true story. I still can because they're behind my house, but like it's in front of my house that is just I'm over it. I'm ready to move. We talked about Montana, and I was like, now let's be real. We are way too lazy for Montana. Like, I'm not going to be milking cows. You're not going to be taking care of outside, and we're not going to be driving
I'm pretty sure
4
that's not
hours.
required in Montana.
Huh?
I'm pretty sure that's not required. I think they have grocery stores.
Well, it's not, but
Yeah.
we want to we don't want to live like in a town, like
They want a compound, a militia.
I don't want to be off the grid. And so
You
we
wanna
have
come
to
to
have like a
Florida.
compromise. But the compromise, it's a lot of work. And it's like you get all bent out of shape like you've done something fantastic when you mow the grass at the bare minimum. And he was like, well, I'm not going to have to mow the grass because we're going to have cattle. We're going to have cattle. Like,
Lake will milk the damn cow.
we're not going to have freaking cattle. Stop it. Let's have a realistic goal. We're gonna get us a big semi, a big one, and I'm gonna get my little queendom in the back of it, and I'm just gonna get to lay back there and do true crime, and then you're just gonna drive, and that's gonna be our retirement. We're gonna see the world that way.
That's our retirement plan.
Is it really?
But not a semi, but
I'm pumped.
like a camper, like an RV. Yeah.
Oh, but see, with the semi, you can still make a shit ton of money. And I don't know if you've seen some
Really?
semis lately, but like they're pretty fucking sweet. Like you can get like an extended cab to where you've got like a little, yeah. And I was like, that's that. I mean, you're putting out a couple mil, probably more.
My dad and my stepmom, they got, it's probably been like 3 years ago. They just bought one of those metal box trailers that you like pull behind you and made it into a camper. It's really cool. It's got a shower,
That sounds
a
cool.
sink, a sofa that turns into a bed, and like a TV and everything. And then the door on the back like folds down, so you can make that into like a little patio type thing. It's really cool.
Oh, cute. I want a Winnebago so bad. No, a VW bus. Oh, I have it picked out and everything.
Just
We
give
have to
me
keep
a
picking
cabin.
it out because they keep selling them.
A cabin in the mountains sounds better to me.
Yeah, I like the mountains. That's my happy place, and I really think it would be way better for my mental health if I did move there, like to the mountain, like going to Denver and visiting my sister, and like being able to go and just like sit on a mountain and just like absorb the energy from that, and like grounding and all of it. It's just like peace, you
I
know.
love the mountains. When we
Mm.
lived in Denver, it was the best. Because you can go up
That's
and
cool.
come back.
You know
It's
what
a
I'm
big trip.
you know
You
what
want
I'm
to go to the
hearing?
beach.
Well,
No, I
obviously,
don't.
but I'm hearing that we're all going to retire and never see each other again.
What? Why would you say something crazy ass shit like
I
that?
want,
I don't know.
because I want to be at the beach and own a baby yacht and never leave the area.
I go
Well,
10 minutes and I'm at the ocean.
there's always Zoom.
I'm kind of
Bunch of old people in their wheelchairs zooming.
We'll be able to teleport by then.
Absolutely. And we better have jets and cars. I'm just saying.
Well,
Hey,
Jason's
some
like
guy.
super in.
Teleporting you, that's like, we better have jets and cars before we teleport.
you know
Because
how
we don't need
disappointed
them.
people
Oh,
are.
you mean like personal drones?
Yeah, like you can ride like the Jetsons.
Yeah.
Why do we not have the stuff that's on the Jetsons yet?
We're
It's
supposed to have them by year
bad.
2000. We're behind.
I'm kind of afraid of the robot, but I kind of want one. But like, it still kind of scares me.
Because
Like,
we're
what
more
if they attack
focused
and
on
kill us?
planned obsolescence and forcing people to buy crap over and over and over. There was a time I've been cleaning my grandma's house. It's my mom's house, and she had equipment like she bought in like the 50s, and it still works perfectly, like mixers and
Yes, it's great.
but then stuff you buy these days, it lasts like 2 or 3 years, and then that's it.
You
You
just
throw
don't like
it away.
terrorism.
True story.
We're a
They don't make
society of
washers and dryers
consumption.
and ovens and fridges and anything like that, like they did back.
No.
It got worse. But the money.
But that's the thing is, yeah, exactly. We could totally be doing things to like, we could have like one vacuum you'd ever need, one microwave, one, we could build things that last for a very long time, but
we don't because.
no.
But yeah,
That's why we're not at Jetson level stuff, because it's not about
Yep,
helping
you're
people.
right. You're totally right.
Hey, some guy, question for you.
Sure.
So I know you love music.
Maybe.
Have you what?
Yeah.
Maybe.
Be contrary.
Maybe, maybe not.
I'm just
Heard
some
you
guy. I'm pretty normal.
Right. Have you
Average.
Your
read Dave
coaches
Grohl's new book?
Dave
She
Grohl's
comes up
new
with the
book?
best one
I have
Yeah.
liner.
not. Is it good?
It's fantastic, man. Like
Oh, sweet.
legit fantastic. His love for music is just like, I mean, it just like bleeds out of the book.
I
And
saw
his
this.
stories.
I love hearing stories like when they partied with Pantera and stuff.
I know. And I will say, I mean, you guys know I'm an Audible person, but I do highly recommend the Audible version of this because he does read it.
It's
And
always
so
best to
listening
be
to,
the author or hagiographer. Damn, that's hard to say. Reads it. Like I like when John Douglas reads his books.
right. Yeah, so Dave reads it. My
That's
husband read
awesome.
it and he loved it too, but when I started talking about some stuff, he was like, "What? Huh?" Just the way he tells the stories, like, he's remembering those days, 15, 20, whatever years ago, and it's just absolutely fantastic. I cried, I laughed. He talks like extremely eloquently about Kurt, just a really gentle way. Highly recommend it.
I read several of Kurt, like books about Kurt Cobain when he died.
Mhm.
That band had a big influence on the
For
world.
sure.
Yeah,
For
in that
sure.
time.
Yeah. That would have been interesting. They're
Sounds-
always one that I've questioned, like, would they still be here? Would they be one of those,
Yeah, like
I
Stevie
mean, they
Ray
would have needed
Vaughan,
to
Jimi
evolve.
Hendrix, Jim Morrison. Some of these musicians that died early. Janis Joplin. It's such a shame because what
Absolutely.
could have been. Think about Prince. Prince has like thousands of songs that are locked up in a safe in his
Mhm.
house. He would just record like full production, have very famous people come in, do stuff with him. He'd take the master, stick it in his vault, and that's it. Over and over and over.
Paisley is not too far from me.
Oh yeah, Lake Minnetonka, is that close to you?
Mhm. Out in that
Nice.
area.
I think
Yeah,
Lake
I
Michigan's
always
trying to get us back to the other subject here.
Huh?
sorry.
So I think Lake's trying to get us back on the other subject.
But not made it. Who? Lake?
Wheelchair coaches.
Lake has been dropping some one-liners that they're pretty freaking great.
That's her
Lake
thing.
is funny.
And I don't think Rebel is caught up on what's been going on.
Yeah.
Oh,
Oh, for fuck's sake, what's going on?
well,
I never know what's going on. And even
Girl,
when
you
you tell me, I
know.
don't know what's
I don't
going
even
on.
know how to give a synopsis.
Yeah. You guys want to see those things now?
Sure, and maybe it'll help catch Rebel up.
Yeah. Okay. No, why do I keep doing that? Share. Okay. Did I do it or do you have to do something? Okay, there. Okay. Hashtag free Greeno started that for his damn self. Shockingly, I saw it perpetuated out by someone all day today in the chats. I'm out and glad to be gel as a breeze. No bother to me. Consider it a vacation and great for YouTube videos. Thanks to those
Julie,
who sent
help
me
me.
money. I will send you an autographed mugshot if you tell me who y'all were. LOL, LOL. Like,
It wasn't that easy when he was
like
complaining
the
about
rest of
people.
it is just like all the stuff that like they already did, and he just like,
What's the date of that?
December 20th, 2017.
Okay. Just making sure.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
That scared me for a minute.
Another child support contempt of court. Okay, how do I go out of here?
But sorry if I'm missing something, but this is all like from 4 or 5 years ago, isn't it?
Oh crap. No,
Oh,
that's
well,
not what I
see,
wanted to do.
he's back in jail after going on the run.
Yeah.
Right. Okay.
Okay, so this is like more of a serious
Water bottle.
tone here. So because this is the family of Abby and Libby. This is all the things that, like, I was talking about of, like, we can help them by shutting him the hell down, you know? Murder suspect is in custody. Of course, you know, he changes it to this, but unapologetically goes on. This is Libby's aunt. The post from the infamous Anthony Greeno floating around that there's been an arrest in Libby and Abby's case is false. Just wanted to put that rumor to rest. Miss Becky Patty. Feel so bad for her. I cannot comment on Anthony Greeno's Facebook page. He blocked her. So if someone is friends with him, please share, unless you heard that the killer of Libby and Abby has been arrested straight from law enforcement and can back it up with proof of who you heard it from. Please take this down. There are enough rumors going around without something like this added.
Yeah.
This one's sad. And I have a lot more of the crap he's done to Anna. There are never easy days, just some that aren't as hard. The hard days are made worse by false news stories and armchair detectives. The list of folks that attack our families for their own benefit is lengthy. Sorry. I won't list them all here. I'm at my breaking point dealing with these individuals. Blocking them just means you can't keep up with their stupid accusations. So do me a favor. Continue to pray for us. Continue to pray for law enforcement. He put her through hell. I'm just saying. And listen to this ridiculousness, because let's be real. Like, remember, he claims that he has a fake you know, he's a reporter with a legitimate LLC business in Florida at this time. Just because law enforcement hasn't released a POI doesn't mean that he isn't. It's my Facebook page and my opinions, and I will continue to post that I believe Mark Redwine is the Delphi murder suspect. Well, I posted, and it has my thought in my head confirming a suspicion. Delphi murder suspect in custody. And those that follow, don't take everything as a news update. It's a statement that I've had 4,300 messenger today. Absolute insane. I will not remove anything from my Facebook. Not after all the threats made by people, which I have turned over to law enforcement. Delphi murder suspect in custody. Do you know how damaging that is? Because people out that don't follow this stuff daily, they just assume that they're caught. And it's like, oh, you
And
know.
it would be so easy to say, like, you know, put a disclaimer, this is my opinion, or like, I believe, you know, not official, blah, blah, blah.
This one's sad too. This is, it was posted by Betty Packy. Oh my word. Miss Becky Patty. This is for Anthony Greeno. I did ask politely for you to take that post down. You did state a false fact for sensationalism for people to share, and unfortunately they did. I do hope that Adolescent Act did not hamper this case. I did watch your video explaining. My question to you is, you've stated over and over you have had no faith in the sketch, but you are naming your suspect because of his resemblance to the sketch. So which is it? The sketch is correct or not? If you think the sketch is correct, then that means you have to have some belief in law enforcement for coming up with it, which, by the way, you continuously bash. You also go on and about how he looks like BG. So does most of the men in this state. True. Pretty hard to pick one person that from all that fit these descriptions. I did not hear any explanation of proof he was even in the state of Indiana, let alone Carroll County on February 13th. Seems to me you had very little evidence needed to publicly make the announcement you did today. What I heard was a lot of rambling. If you are somehow correct and this POI is arrested for the murder of Libby and Abby, I will smile and celebrate right along with you. But now where does it pick up? Anybody find it?
Like the 5th line down.
Not until an arrest is made first. While this man is a monster, it does not give you the right to make announcements such as you did today. I realize you have no skin in the game, so to you, no big deal. But to us, this is everything. We live this daily. You need to think before you post something untrue that can affect this case. This is not a ratings game. Just so you know, if you somehow manage to get past the felon thing and get your name out of the ballot for sheriff, I will not be voting and get your name on the ballot for sheriff. I will not be voting for you because we need someone way more mature than what you have shown us. Balanced Valentine's Day, because I can't read that out loud. You can just look at that. I have a police scanner. My grandfather was the Lafayette fire chief. If you think I killed the girls, turn me in. It's bogus. And for the trolls, I'll say I did it just to be a dick. What ties did Greeno have with Libby and Abby before they were killed?
I haven't seen that one. That's interesting by Carrie.
Yeah. And this isn't all. The things that he's done and said to Anna are vile. It's just...
The last thing these families need is somebody like Greeno, because they lost a loved one, and it's like he's made a circus out of it on his channel.
And that's the thing, is he throws that in people's faces like, and he did that to Anna. If you only knew that I lost my mom, she was raped, murdered, gagged and bound, which later changed, not surprisingly. And he's using that to try to manipulate her. She's way too smart for that shit. And but that's what he does, is he's using that against her. And it's not right. And he did that. He's done that to Cheryl and Ginger. He's done that. I've heard him do that to many. He did it at the Michael Coates thing. He brings it up any chance he can get because he thinks he uses it against people, for one, when they call him out. And then he also uses it to connect with them on a level that he can better extort from them. And exploit them.
That was just like when Anna asked him not to go to the grave site. That, to me, is overstepped. He overstepped his bounds there. That is not... It just doesn't... I don't know. Somebody help.
Well, not only that, but I guess it is still that, but continuing on that topic, yes, he showed Libby's, but he seemed to linger for a long time on Abby's, which was after Anna told him and the public in general, and agree with her or not, she's made her feelings clear that is her place. She does not want people there. She doesn't even like people out by the bridge who are interested in the crime. I get where she's coming from. She says this is not an amusement park. This is where something terrible happened. Yes, he plays it over and over and over again, and shows where he lingers there. It just seems to me that it's just to hurt her, or in spite. I don't know.
Yeah. You know, and to get up and say stuff like that person needs to be behind bars, you know, and how dare they try to evade the law and not you know, and all this stuff. Well, like, does that not bother people?
Oh my gosh. How people will say it's weird and
Well, give
inappropriate.
them a pass to run and fund it for
Mhm.
my
How
blood pressure.
people say it's crazy and inappropriate to like look into him. Is somebody coloring with a marker?
That's what it sounds like. Sounds like a dog panting.
It sounds like a marker to me. Anyway, it cracks me up and like makes me mad at the same time that people think it's weird to do that, yet we're all in the true crime, like this true crime thing where we're actively looking into people. They say that like before and after they talk about this random person that they looked into their entire life and put it on the internet for.
Yeah.
It's ridiculous.
And yeah, he is still in jail in Georgia. Their site was down on what's today? I don't even freaking know. Friday. So but yeah, it still had him in there. It still showed him as being there. You just couldn't like refresh it because their site was down to make sure he's still there. But he's there. And the thing is like the way they do this, I don't know, a lack of a better word, like they just have like a, you know, a pickup train where to make sure everything's like as cost effective as they can, they will go and pick up from different states and, you know, at like in a to make sure that, you know, they're and then bring them out, not just go get one person from Georgia and then the next day go get someone from Alabama. You know what I'm saying? Go get someone from Kentucky.
When you say pickup train, is it just from Indiana or is it like, is there like a service that does it for all different kinds of states?
I'm sure it's outsourced. Yeah. Yeah. I'm sure that there's like a, I don't know if it's through, I would assume it's the sheriff's department. But yeah, I mean, I'm sure that it's just, and pickup train, I just mean like a pickup bus, you know, like they just go and collect them when it can be the most cost effective.
I'm going to interrupt you. Rebel said she is going to leave in a minute.
Oh.
She needs to go to bed, but she didn't want to interrupt, so I will.
Sorry, guys. I didn't want to interrupt your conversation. But no, my kids will not understand. Mommy stayed up too late.
Oh, yeah. Well, good night.
Have a good night, Rebels.
Night,
Nice
yeah.
to hear you.
Thanks for popping on.
Yeah,
Yes.
we'll talk to you guys soon. Take care.
Bye.
You too.
Lake Michigan brought
up anyone else's case for a while, but all of the idiots want to find him still.
Where's that? Lake Michigan brought up a good thing that we haven't talked about that is super weird. The railroad tie stake thingies.
Oh yeah, when he did that.
So I don't. That's like from the beginning. Hold on, I'm trying to switch rooms.
Try to sell them.
Yeah, there's like the stakes that hold the railroad ties down, or they're like giant nails, basically. He got some, and by got I mean stole. It's private property, and not only did he steal them, I think there was a picture of like the bridge that either Jess took or he got it from somewhere else.
Oh yeah,
he framed it in like this shadow box type frame and put the nail stake thing in it and tried to sell them for like $25 or $20. Like, who does that besides a serial killer taking a trophy?
Yeah.
I gotta get my dog and put her in the crate. Hold on.
Yeah, it's you know, and just like what he does with, like, he will continuously post that he could have easily edited that out, that part, but he doesn't want to. He throws it in her face, the part about the cemetery, because that's who he is. He doesn't care.
Right.
Who says I'll say I did it? Oh, you got to hear this one. This was the thing that was like, This is what a sadist would do, okay? What he did to his family. This was one of the questions that Graz asked him of like, people say you were missing at that time. Okay, so bear with me a second. Just continue on and I'll tell you when I found it. I've refound it again. No.
All right. I'm back.
Okay. I'll just put it up to my mic and you can hear it. But it is important to see his face because he does that little thing that I'm always talking about with his chin. So I'm just going to go ahead and send it to you myself and put it up. I don't know which one it is, so we'll just have to, oh God. And I collected, we collected a bunch of them today from that, of just all of the freaking lies. But I'll do these real quick first. It's literally just unbelievable. Like, I'm getting messages about this of just like all of these things when you really put them all together. How can anybody say something in a chat like free Greeno?
Yeah.
Start a freaking GoFundMe to pay the debt that he like, why would anybody want to do that? Like some guy was talking earlier. Like, think about what you're like.
And it's one thing to like, I was there for at least a few months where I was very skeptical of him, and then it turned into me really looking into things, and I knew what he was like, but I still enjoyed watching and being in the chat. So there was a time where I was doing that, but even like that, I can kind of understand when people do, because, you know, we've all been there. But to see all that and still be like #1 cheerleader and vocal is crazy to me.
Yeah.
People can't even acknowledge the like public records of his crimes. Like, they can't even acknowledge that they exist.
Mm-hmm.
So True Seeker back here, I have a question for True Seeker. Are you her, or are you him, or are you they? What are you? Because I keep getting hung up on that when I try to talk to you. They said they gave him the okay to do videos, but I was there when they did, but he did get out of hand with it. So are you talking about the when he filmed Abby and Libby's graves? Because I thought that Anna didn't give the
No.
okay and was upset about it, because didn't she remember the pretty flowers that like Randy got done? He put them there and I'm pretty sure she threw them away. Yeah, I'm sorry. I hate to say I'm sorry for your loss. It's ridiculous to say. I don't know the words to tell somebody when they lose somebody like that.
There just aren't. Okay, are we good?
Good. What kind of good?
Want me to share my screen again?
Oh, yeah. I think
Amy, she's got to do something.
Okay, give me a second. I had to take a potty break.
How dare you?
You found it too quick.
Oh man. It's literally like 30 seconds. Come on.
And that's the reason why I do it, is because you have more authority than the police. I mean, and anyone will tell you that. You can break down doors without a warrant. You can search people.
I think it's the wrong one.
Anywhere. You can cross state lines everywhere, and you can go pick these people up anywhere.
Wow, that's crazy. I didn't know that.
Because it's not true. That wasn't the one though. I found the wrong one. Am I still there?
Yeah.
Okay. What's happening? I think I got the wrong ones.
The reason why I do it is because you have more authority than the
It's the same
police.
one.
Yeah.
And okay, I know that's the wrong one, but let me comment on that real quick. That's weird to say the reason, which I realize it's, not correct information, but to say the reason I am a bounty hunter is because I have more authority than the police or whatever word he used. That's weird.
Right. And but that's like his mindset. Like, but yet he doesn't follow, like, it's such a freaking hypocrisy because he also says that he doesn't follow, he doesn't consider any of the laws of government. They don't apply to him.
I really want him to do the what is it called? Kat used to talk about it sometimes. The sovereign citizen thing. Oh my gosh, I would love to see him do the sovereign citizen argument, but as long as somebody taped it or recorded it and I
Yeah,
got to see it.
he's told me that one.
Oh, I would love to see that.
No. So, and that wasn't just me. That was just, I mean, I'm the person that put it out there to everybody, but it wasn't just me working on it. It was a team of individuals that was trying hard. I was just the guy that spoke it all pretty much.
What is he talking about?
This is the walk.
That's something that people don't really think about when you look at the event. All you think of is walking on the bridge, but there was so much behind the scenes there's a lot that has to be done when you do an event like this. That's what I'm trying to say.
Yeah. Do you want to address Sober Bear's comment?
What did Sober Bear say?
I think I could make a comment on that.
Okay. So,
I could make a comment.
Real Sugaraz, can you ask Greeno why other YouTubers are bad-mouthing him about the money? I think it's wrong to accuse someone who has done a lot of hard work for this case. Okay, Sober Bear, you got it. What do you got to say, Greeno?
Okay, I will say that any claims that being made against me are unsubstantiated, and I will not speak about them on a public forum. I will say that those are things that probably need to be handled privately. And I think that I am going to keep that in a private section of my life, and we'll deal with those things on a more personal terms with the individuals involved. But at this time, I am
Lindsay Ann
simply stating that there is no negative or bad wrongdoing on my behalf, and probably nobody's behalf at this point in time. But thank you for asking.
So is that Amy?
And thank you for addressing that. I appreciate it.
Yeah, that's about them.
Talk a lot about this
often.
Great things about Randy.
Of course, Randy's the guy who started this whole walk. I know that I was on the news and stuff, ladies and gentlemen, and I talk a lot about this stuff, but this is Randy. Randy's the one that started that walk. Okay, he started that, and I was really just the guy that was going to film it.
And I took it over.
To be a part of it the first year, and I was, and my job, basically my job at these things, is to give you guys all the footage of what's going on to keep you guys updated on this case, to keep this case alive. That's what I feel my part in this whole investigation is just to be the cameraman, the person that can tell the story and keep the word strong for these girls. Because if something like that happens in Delphi and people are holding a memorial walk for these two girls, without the news covering it, and if the news does cover it, they're only covering a 2-minute segment and they're not giving you the whole story. I want to go and film it to show you guys, because you guys want to see that. You guys are just as interested in this as anybody else, and I think that everybody has a right to do that. But Randy's the man behind that walk, not me.
Yep.
So what he's doing is, because this is the one where this incident happened. He's shifting the blame. Okay. And no, that wasn't this one. I'm incorrect, because this was the one where the news did go out there. But do you see the dripping of manipulative? The speaking that he does is so manipulative, of like giving you what you want.
Well,
Like,
that's why do you think he always wants to go private? That's one thing that he says anytime there's any sort of conflict or questions is come to me privately. That's so other people won't know and can't compare stories. And so
Yep.
he can try to manipulate you because it's easier to manipulate somebody one-on-one.
mhm.
But here's the thing. We tried to get him to talk to us for weeks, and he wouldn't.
Right. And that's the thing. He did the same thing to Lindsay Ann
Yeah.
while he had her blocked.
And then he
The
tried
whole
to
time he just email me. Oh,
The
well,
victim.
and we called him out for it. So then he was in our inbox trying to demand that we talk to him. It didn't
Yeah.
happen.
And like he did, I read mine that he sent me last night, and like, I don't owe you a fucking thing, you
And for
know?
the
And that's what I was
record,
like. I hope that I conveyed my true like feelings about that last night when I was talking to a few YouTubers that I've seen him, you know, because it's a part of his grift, and it's a part of a pattern for him. He's done it to several people. Remember the night that it was like, I'm gonna get you that green screen here, like, this is the mic you need, you know, and like, let's make that happen, guys. He only gave like $20 to that,
mhm.
you know, and like, but that person felt obligated. And he creates that of like, I wouldn't be here, you know, and to where he did the same thing with me, even though I paid him because I don't want to owe anybody anything. But he still tried to do it to me. It just didn't work, and he didn't like that, you know? It's just over and over. Hell, I don't know
Explain
what
that.
this one
Why?
is.
So there was transcripts that were written out.
Oh,
Okay,
the transcripts.
okay, there's a lot of trolls and a lot of crazy people in this Delphi case, and there was a lot of people saying, you can believe these people here, this group, this Facebook group, you can believe these people because they don't lie at all. And I knew these people was lying about stuff. And so what I did was I created a fake document, typed it out with someone else's help, typed out this document that said these are transcripts from a radio thing from the Delphi case, and had someone else share it into this group. Okay, this was an experiment, and I came out and told everybody that this was an experiment afterwards. But I see why people got angry about it, and I didn't take that into consideration at the time. But I wanted to show people what was really going on in this case, so we posted those transcripts in there. And then I made a YouTube video because there was people like, "Oh yeah, I heard that. I heard those. I heard them say that on the radio." Well, I knew that wasn't true because I made that stuff up, okay, and posted it in there just to get the people that will come out and lie straight to people's face and say, "Yeah, I heard it. You're wrong. I'm right because I heard that on the radio." And when I came out and told them, "You never heard that on the radio," they continued to tell me that they did. And I said, there's no possible way you could have heard it on the radio because I made that stuff up just a few days ago just to see if you would argue with me about it. And you know what's crazy is they still argued with me about it, even knowing that I made it. Still told me that they heard it on the radio. And that's kind of why we made it. It was basically an experiment socially to show people just how wild and crazy people can actually be, where they'll actually tell you, I mean, dude, it's like,
I have it on 1.5 cc.
And
he tells you don't really have a beard.
Sorry, go on.
And my best thing
Through and like show your alibi for this, since people like call you out or
Oh,
think
here
that
it
you're
is.
involved or whatever.
Yes. And my best thing for them to say is, okay, so at one point I had to go into, someone said, while I was live one time, someone says,
This is horrible.
go into your Google timeline, your map timeline. And I'm like, I'm not sure what you mean. And I'm like, pull up your map timeline from that day. And so they walked me through it live. And I went to my Google map timeline and it says, click on February 13th, 2017. And it said in there that I was at the Lafayette Police Department from like 2 something to
Not how that
3
went
something
down.
or whatever. And the reason I was there was I was picking up a police report for my car that had been stolen like a month earlier, that I needed a police report for my insurance company. A lot of people say I was missing that time. And I was at the Monon High Bridge. I was never at the Monon High Bridge. I wasn't missing. Yes, my family did report me missing, and it caused a big fallout between me and my sister because all of this happened. All people started pointing the finger at me like I'm this bridge guy dude or have some involvement. It's real simple. Has anybody out there ever had a dispute
Listen
with
to
a
this
sister
shit.
or brother, and you get to that point where you're just like, I'm not talking to you anymore? Well, that just
I've
recently
never
happened.
had my
before all this
family
happened.
turn me in
And
for
basically,
murder.
I just said, you know what? I'm not talking to my sister no more. I don't care. And so she kept texting and calling. Well, you know how when you look at Facebook messages, you can tell when an individual has looked at the message, the little picture drops down. I never looked at it, never opened it up. I saw it was texting, but never opened it up. And so she started getting worried about that. And I thought it was funny, you know, because how make her worry, because I'm sick of what she has to say. We just had an argument.
Did you hear that?
So then she contacted my other brothers and sisters, and they was all starting getting worried because then I knew they was contacting me because of her. So I didn't respond to any of them. So after about a week, they called the police, and the Lafayette Police Department and a member of the FBI, actually, the Delphi crime had happened in between that time. Okay. But the Delphi crime had happened, and then they came out and talked to me and says, hey, by the way, you're on, like, your sister reported you missing. And I said, what? He said, yeah. And, you know, we're interviewing everybody about the Delphi case. He says, so call your sister. I'm going to let her know that you're not missing. And I just told him the truth. Look, man, I don't want to talk to my sister. I don't really care. But he's like, well, at least call her and let her know you're all right. Or he said, I will. And so that's why it's supposedly I was missing thing or whatever. I wasn't ever missing. I was right there. I mean, I was at the police department on February 13th. I mean, how much clearer can that be? It just shows I wasn't missing at all.
No, it
I don't know why
doesn't.
people say that stuff about me.
Yeah, what? So does it seem like you were reported missing on the 13th or something to people? Is that what?
No, they just found that I was reported missing like that week or so. There was a Facebook page made. It's like, oh, Anthony Greeno's missing. But really, I wasn't missing. I mean, I think that when people look into me, they find that and they're like, oh my gosh, he was missing. And then someone says, yeah, he was found in Delphi, which that's where I ended up meeting the police. Was in actually more towards Monticello. It wasn't Delphi. It was in Carroll County though. And then I think people just draw their conclusions as, well, man, he was missing and he was in Delphi. He's the suspect. I mean, I don't know how that ties in together, but
Okay. Yeah. I mean, yeah, I've seen people. You know.
yeah.
He thought it was funny to do that to his family. I thought it was funny.
Sorry, I'm trying to figure out what day it was that they said he was found because I don't think that lines up with that story he just told.
Oh, of course not. My main thing with that one was just like he literally thought it was funny.
Yeah, that's weird too.
Not a murderer for sure.
Yeah, Crimezilla said, you were asked by law enforcement to give DNA. If yes, like all men in Delphi, did you give it? Yeah, of course I gave my DNA. And actually, the first thing I said was, why would I give my
I
DNA?
thought you said you didn't.
Why would I give you my DNA? Do you even have DNA? And they said yes. And actually, the first thing I said was, why would I give my DNA? Why would I give you my DNA? Do you even have DNA? And they said yes. And I said, okay, why would I give my DNA to this? And they said, well, it will clear you. And I said, well, hold on, I've been to prison. You've already got my DNA in the database. So why would you need to get more of it? And they said, well, that requires special circumstances and blah, 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 blah. So actually, what I did was I told them, no, I'm not going to do DNA today. Told them no. And there's a reason for that. I went back with my video camera and told them, I want to film this. I want to film myself giving DNA, and I want to make a media story out of this because of this. I want people to see how you give the DNA and what the process is. I want to make a news story out of it. You know, I want to be like, today I'm going to give my DNA for the Delphi case. Here we are. I'm here. This is a law enforcement officer. He's going to do what? And have him tell me. Basically interview him and do it right in front of everybody and then post it. When I got in there, he was like, yeah, I'm not doing that at all, dude. You're going to take DNA test or not? And I'm like, a bummer. Okay, yeah, I'll do it, dude. Didn't work out the way I planned. And
I would like to hear from you if that's okay with you.
Oh, this is some more fake tears. He had to really work to get these ones out too. I just got to make sure because you have to see it. But I just need to make sure no one sent me a message while I was recording it.
Okay, well, just for the record, while you're doing that, he shared a picture of me at an event with someone else and stated that we talked that day too. We never talked. I told him to get the fuck out of my face. So just so everyone knows, we did not speak.
Yeah, I addressed that with someone in Messengers. It's like, no, like that's another one that he did to you, and like he made it out to be like you guys made up because that would benefit him, you know, and like it's just so disturbing.
Talk to all 8,000 of those people and see.
Because the video you shower, he wears his underwear. But there was a couple more things I wanted to ask, but damn, yeah. So wanted to talk to you about like drugs and alcohol. I wanted to ask.
There it is. Did we cover everything? I know we talked beforehand that you wanted to talk about those certain aspects. Yeah, anything that you want to talk.
topic, I guess. I wanted to talk to you about like drugs and alcohol. I want kind of where you're at.
Yeah, actually, I can, man.
Conversation. Like, click do is go to RCG. Click.
I've had an issue with substance abuse in the past. Never meth, like everybody thinks. You know, everybody always says he's from Delphi. He's done meth. Yes, I've done it, but that's not. I wasn't even in Delphi when I did it. Okay, I've tried it before, but it's not for me.
Yeah.
Nobody wants to stay awake all the time like that. That's crazy. Okay.
Yeah.
It doesn't do anything. But
I've also done meth, but to be a drug of choice, that's just crazy. It's like the nastiest drug there is, to me anyway.
So it's stupid, dude. It's like, so amphetamines have a horrible reaction on men. Okay. Like, and if anybody knows what I'm talking about, like, so any kind of amphetamine has a negative reaction on men. Okay, which means you can't get your dick hard. Okay, so but it makes you horny as hell. So who the hell would want to be horny as hell and can never get it up?
Yeah,
nobody.
What the hell? That's some devil shit.
You got that from just like trying it a couple times, really?
It's not even true.
Huh?
It's not even true. I mean, if maybe
this never ends.
Maybe if he's doing a lot of meth, maybe.
That's what I'm saying. It's like he just like claimed that it was just like, yeah, I tried it a couple times.
My college boyfriend had ADHD, and sometimes it is true about amphetamines, but it's not as bad as he's making it out to be. Or of course, everybody's different. It can be true though.
He was arrested. Yeah, I got the news segment on my channel. Yeah, he got arrested for it. Yeah. So, and that was part of. I got really, really drunk last year and was arrested, and part of it was my fault. I shouldn't have been so intoxicated, but also the police officer was arrested for lying in his report. So
he was actually arrested for that.
He was arrested. Yeah, I got the news segment on my channel. Yeah, he got arrested for it.
It was a different cop.
Part of what got me out of there. So.
Oh, it gets better.
On my channel. Yeah, he got arrested for it. Yeah.
It was crazy.
So, and that was part of what got me out of there. So at that time, February 23rd, I saw the video of myself in the hospital, and I posted it on my YouTube channel, the video of me. And I thought, holy cow, man, I can't believe, like, I don't remember this stuff. I remember some of it, but I don't remember all of it. And I made a decision then. I can no longer do anything. I can't do anything at all. I can't drink like that. That's just going to hurt. That's stupid. I look like an idiot in that video. It's time to take responsibility for what I did and move on to the next. And when I came out of jail, I thought, I'm going to apologize to everybody that I've ever wronged, because that's part of the 12-step program that I'm working in. I need to make amends to those people. And so I apologize to everybody. It's like, hey, man, I'm sorry. Even if I didn't mean to offend you, I'm sorry. And over time, I've been collecting these coins, you know, and it's like these coins right here. Oh, yeah. Yeah. So it's like these coins are like this.
But did you catch that? Do you guys remember that? Because, well, I mean, yeah, I know you do. And what was that all about? It was about how he was being police brutality. You know, it was nothing about owning anything. Like, does he think that people have that? I mean, well, yeah, probably, because some do. But like, he wasn't embarrassed by that scene in the freaking hospital. So it's just like, but it fits now because, you know, he wants to get Graz on his side. It's just absolutely ridiculous.
24-hour coin. I know you guys can't see it very well, but I'm actually at a year.
He was actually arrested for that.
He was arrested. Yeah, I got the news segment on my channel. Yeah, he got arrested for it. Yeah. So, okay, our community is affected by this. My family. You can think of it as a show or entertainment because we're interested in it. It's very easy to do so. We've all done it, and we do it all the time when we watch TV shows about things that have happened. But the fact of the reality is someone out there is really hurting when it comes to this. I know because I'm one of those people that lived through this. Okay, our community is affected by this. My family is affected by this. It affects how I've lived my daily life. And I know that it affects these specific families because I've seen it. And it doesn't take away from anything that you've been through. But please just be considerate. Fact check, and then fact check, and then fact check again before believing anybody that just says something. As it's always been said, extraordinary claims require extraordinary evidence. So if you make a big claim, it's your job to back that up with the evidence that corroborates what you're saying. Please be respectful. Please have a heart, and please always fight for justice and never lose track of what we're really here for. And that is justice for Abby and Libby, justice for the Florida Fire Girls, justice for everybody that we cover in the true crime community.
Like how you made the fake 911 for the Florida Fire Girls and blamed it on his family? Like that?
I mean, it's just like, and then the stuff that we heard that the family, you know, had like Mark Redwine's the suspect, but he did the same thing with Daniel Nations. He is the reason there are so many inconsistencies and lies in this case. And actually, Unroyal, are you guys familiar with him? That's something that like we're gonna do a show on and just kind of go through a lot of the misinformation and try to like put it in an organized fashion and get it all gone, you know. He'd asked me to help me with that because that was like independent of what we all talk about doing. Like that's something that he wanted to do too. And I was like, hell yeah, I'll help you with that. Because it really does hurt the case tremendously.
Well, and he says fact check, and that's what I know he probably knows. He probably doesn't know to what extent we have fact checked, but he says that because it's I don't know how to explain it. Like that's what makes sense. So when he says that, like somebody who knows their facts out about them typically wouldn't say like just fact check and you'll know that I'm not lying because obviously there's documents that prove him wrong, but because he says that, his supporters are like, yeah, duh. People are just listening to other people, listening to the haters, to the freaks, whatever. But
yeah, and he makes
facts on facts on facts on evidence.
He is the actual victimizer, but he turns it around and we're all bullies.
Yep.
For calling him out, calling out the lies. And like what he did to the Kyra Boeing thing. It was about him filming their children. And someone was like, dude, and he was like, well, that's what I do. I'm a reporter, and reporters do that all the time.
No.
Children are on the news. And somebody was like, you're not a fucking reporter, you're on YouTube. And then he starts lying about, that he has an actual, like he is a reporter. But listen to this one. And this is the thing, it always changes in order to fit whatever he needs it to fit. Like this is the shit that is just so ridiculous. I probably don't even have it yet. This is weird anyway. Just, thinking about going for a walk. This is the first time ever that I tried to kick it with someone female just as a friend. She used to date my friend. She posted something on Facebook and some domestic issue she had with her ex old man. I thought I would be a good guy and see if she wants to hang out, not be scared and depressed. Oh, she thought I was trying to arrest her. I got blocked. I do not arrest my friends or my family exes. In case you think I'm a police type, I did it for a TV show. If you know me, I fight for the people, not the state. Read the article a reporter did last week. So you see that? Like,
it depends on what works for him right now.
Oh, this is the bail bond stuff. Just look at the way like he's holding this gun. I mean, I can't see it in the picture, but he's like holding it at the bottom of the barrel, like how you hold one.
It's actually illegal for him to be holding that gun in that picture.
I know, and that's what they call him out on. It was an attempt at taking a James Bond photo. Renee Anthony Greeno plays fugitive recovery agent in states that don't license agents, but has 3 felony warrants, including escape, failure to return to law detention, time for Tippecanoe County to put his warrants in NCIC and extradite him. And then someone named Edwin, I think that's Greeno. If you look at the way Greeno, when he gets lazy, the way that he caps stuff and the way that he writes, I don't know. I think it might be him. Greeno escaped, failed to return to law. Like, he keeps saying it. Like, he is not on a bail bond. He is wanted by Indiana. He is a convicted felon who portrays himself with a firearm more than once. It is extraditable if Tippecanoe County want to spend the money to come and extradite county extradition fund that bail agents help fund. So in other words, I'm asking Tippecanoe County to spend the money to extradite a fugitive recovery agent. Like, do you hear that? Fugitive recovery agent. He is, if he was my bond, I would have already sent a real badass, the U.S. Marshals. Like, and it just goes on
What did it
and
say about the
on.
U.S. Marshals?
Huh?
What did it say about the U.S. Marshals?
I would have sent a real badass, the U.S. Marshals.
You know, that's interesting because, and I have screenshots of this somewhere, I'm pretty sure, but the forums are down now, so you can't go look at them again. There was a forum website for like bounty hunters and all these kind of people. And there was one where they were talking about Greeno and said he was in Florida and that these bounty hunters had gone down there to pick somebody up. And when they got there, the mom said that the U.S. Marshals had already come and got her son, which is who the bounty hunters were going down there to get. And then later they found out that it turns out it was Greeno who went to these people's house, acted like the U.S. Marshal, and took the person.
Oh, wow.
Which is a federal crime, impersonating a police officer.
Yes, it is.
Truth Seeker says, I took him to a lawyer one time when he wanted to sue others from online, and they told him good luck.
That's funny. That's calling the kettle black, isn't it?
Well, it's like nobody's defaming you. They're telling the truth.
Yeah. That's not defamation or deformation
Neither.
or libel.
Or
None
slander.
of those words.
Here's another question for the supporters of Greeno. Do y'all realize that the money you sent him to pay his so-called bonds and shit like that goes to pay for his lawyer to Fouts?
Fouts. Think about that a second.
Exactly. Thank you.
I wouldn't want my money going there. Especially when he can get a public defender.
Yeah.
I think it's funny that somebody who like can't pay $90.
And the thing is they released his bond to Fouts to pay him.
Yep.
And so they're like, but wasn't that what Bad Boys was talking about in that? If they hadn't released that bond, it would have gone, it could have gone to getting him back.
That was a newer thing. The Bad Boys one, that was from several years ago. Like, I think that was 2013. So it's happened more than once. It's
Cardboard
ridiculous.
thing on my car saying it's protected by the Federal Bureau of Inspectors of something like that. He did that to you?
No, she was saying something.
Did. Who took him? Who was talking about? I didn't get to the first one, but like, who took him to the bus station?
They said Randy.
It's probably in fear for his life. I still wonder where he was, how he knew that Cat died that quick.
Yeah, that's still weird. The only way that could happen is, I don't know if I should talk about the details and stuff, but the only way that could happen is if like one of his neighbors called Greeno. The only way that it could happen that made sense.
He was there.
Randy is a kind and gentle soul.
Yes, he is.
No, he's just trying to help. I would You know, I mean,
Yeah, and he has recently, like, in
I don't
my,
know.
Facebook on the live on the Facebook because it was, like, at the simultaneously. I'm not sure I'll ever do that again because that was, like, stressful. I couldn't do both. I can't do one chat. But, like, he was, telling some things and, like, I feel like we have, like, for me anyway, like, giving grace to Randy, he's just a really nice guy. May he not make some good decisions, when it involves Greeno. Yeah, and I think he's starting to see that, and, that is our goal, is we want people to, um, cut him off, and I don't
It's a
wanna
process.
see him getting, like, negativity thrown his way for, like, it should be when we see him, like, telling the truth about Greeno, like, that's when, you pull someone in with open arms and, like, he was there. What?
Yeah, I was just commenting about that.
Yeah.
Family and myself believe he
True.
was
I don't know how
there.
to say that name. Ebis.
And was seen leaving that area that day. After his video about Cat, I went over there to check. So I don't know if you have missed it or not, Mel, but I'm just gonna say it in case you have. Truth Seeker, obviously they're not gonna put out their identification, but they are a local. They used to be friends. Please correct me if I'm wrong, Truth Seeker. They used to be friends with Greeno. They've like actually taken him places before. Like they just said they took him to his attorney before, and they are a family member of Libby's. So I feel like it's pretty good information.
Okay. Ernestine.
Ernestine has some
Yeah.
good information too.
I know. Like,
Did
we've
the
got some
family get
really, like, people that are really starting to come together and, like, yeah, like, the chat has had more information that we didn't know, like, not that we're something special, but, like, when we all come together and can, like, get all of it out because we all know certain things that he's done because a lot of times it's been a personal interaction. And yeah, it's ugh. Ozzy Osbourne. Oh, yeah.
I had to mute myself earlier laughing about Angus Keyboard that said it.
Oh my.
Ozman cometh. Sorry, I missed
Oh
when
man.
I was best friends with Kat and used to work with them both and then stopped. But yes, like I said, for my safety, I won't say who I am.
Yeah, we don't expect you to. We
No,
understand.
don't do that.
Oh,
Work with
yeah.
them both, like
Leave
Kat
that
and
comment
Greeno?
if you want to. I don't know.
Did Kat and Greeno work together?
What?
He
Yeah.
had a job, but on YouTube.
Oh, I thought it meant worked like a job. Greeno
Oh.
doesn't have jobs.
No, I think she's like, well,
I mean, he
saying she,
unplugged
but I don't
toilets
know.
at a Casey's for a while, but
I wonder if he got a
for like a
W-2
couple
on
weeks.
that. Oh yeah, that is nice. Well, the same token, I know they are very closed mouth about things or they lose their jobs. Yeah.
Well, I mean, he knew before the family knew.
Yeah, I have to admit the timing weirds me out quite a bit.
It really does.
Like concerns me. And I hope the family had a broad toxicology performed. whatever it
Yeah.
took, because it's worrisome.
I
I'm not
mean,
making any, like, I'm not saying anything happened. However, it's weird that his friend, Michael Lambert, who he lied about the story about how that whole thing went down when he died in Folly Beach. He also said at that time that he died from a heart attack, and there were comments left places by people who lived there
Fentanyl.
that he didn't die from a heart attack, and that's supposedly what Kat died from, or something related to the heart. I forget exactly what.
And he wasn't even friends with that dude. He didn't take that dude there. That dude was just a local at the
Yeah.
bar. He
In his
used that.
story,
Yeah.
he says, like, he wanted to know what the salt life was like, so I told him, "Come on down," and he came and we were celebrating his birthday. No. He was a local.
That's not true. Yeah. It's so
Yes, he was
strange.
there, and he was seen there, and yes, there
Think
were
about when Michael Lambert died. Think about Greeno had to be there the next morning with his blue button-up shirt on, his glasses on, waiting for the news crew to show
Was
up.
he wearing his blue shirt in that too?
oh no, that was the KKK flyers.
No, I'm both.
Oh, he had the blue shirt on
I've
that
never noticed that
issue?
if that's true.
Yes.
No, I
No,
forgot
that's
that.
crazy.
He did.
Let me go find it.
He had
did
a
a
job
full
as an
news
admin at
interview about his
Caterpillar, that
friends.
one too. And he owned a yacht, and on and on and on. 100%. Like, it's just beyond ridiculous. Was living in Canada, so he couldn't come to the court. I saw that. It was a speech at the White House that Ozzy Osbourne is sponsoring him. And oh yeah, so is like StreamYard and all those other things. And none of that is true. Not one of
Look,
it. Like, none of those sponsors are, and
the
he doesn't make
truth-
any funny money on Facebook.
The truth is stranger than fiction. Like, this is all real. We if we were made up this story, people would be like, nah, that can't be true. But it really is. And he's gotten away with it for so long. It's incredible. And I hope Carroll County is super tired of his shit. He does. Let me tell you, there's people that know that the guy in Florida, he said, got caught making racist remarks that nobody's ever seen a video of him saying.
Yeah.
People that know that guy say there's no way he would say something like that.
Kara said no way to that.
Yeah.
Kara German did. And this is just the shit they have to put up with. Can you imagine the all that they go through without all of this shit? And like, that's what pissed me off in that group when I shared a post. And it's like, come on, people. This is something that we can do in these Delphi groups, is we can deconstruct all of his lies and stop letting him hurt these families, because he absolutely does. And he's unashamed of it. And he keeps doing it over and over again, like he wants to throw it in their face, because he's a sadistic asshole. Look what he did to his family. He thought that was funny. He's literally said, how did he word it? Part of it was like, could I care more? No. Could I care less? Yes. And he's talking about, he says, I do it for the reward money. Like, that's who he is.
It's a different kind of
come on and
bounty.
be smoozy for a video. But even then, you can literally go back. Well, he's probably deleted them. So go over to Anthony Greeno YouTube and WKAT, because some of his outbursts where he calls women derogatory names, flips people off, and goes berserk. Yet meanwhile, he'll do, like, everybody forgets that he'll do a live where he's looking all polished and and sweet, and then what does he talk about on those? Of how mean Gray Hughes is. Are you kidding me? Like, you are the mean one. Like, and I'm not saying, like, it's just the the hypocrisy of that. Just because someone that's his true colors coming out, and then he puts on the face. That's, at least with Gray, what you see is what you get every time he's on, and he's on a lot. Like, there is no, there's like, he may be in a better mood today, but there isn't that opposite personality, So basically what that tells you, that he's suppressing that and trying to fake it, because he can only emulate and like mimic, Ugh. And he's actually mimicked Gray quite a lot. He's mimicked True Crime Daily quite a lot.
Like
of just
logo,
the logo and
voiceovers. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, but with Gray, like he started making his
That's beautiful.
I mean, to me, it kind of reminds me of like the Crime Door app one, but like he started making that in, I'm pretty sure it was like March 2017. Greeno didn't come along until 2018. And then he put out that video and used those girls. I'm sorry, but like their mother should be ashamed.
Well, because
And Anna was super upset about that. And they did not want him. And he was removed from that church. And then a bunch of people attacked her to defend that asshole. Are you kidding me? She had every right to not have him there and to have him removed. He deserved to be removed. And then what does he do? He turns around and says some shit like, oh, she's just mad and jealous because I didn't want her anymore. That's a lie. Like, but I mean, you guys saw the Reddit of what he said about Cheyenne.
Oh, yeah.
And that's his go-to with women. Hey, Sue. She's got some stuff too.
And going back to the thing with Gray can be rude and rough sometimes. Like, everybody knows this. And Greeno tends to be, unless he lets, like, the underneath out, he tends to be pretty personable. And even when he disagrees with people on the theories, he's usually pretty nice about it. But he also scams and cons people, which is wrong. Like, it's being rude sometimes.
Yeah.
Like, being an asshole, that's not morally wrong, really. But scamming people is both morally and legally wrong. And being a nice person to your face doesn't make that okay.
Nope. Does not.
It's like, oh my gosh, I'm blanking on his name. Who's my favorite serial killer?
BTK.
No, definitely not BTK. Fuck BTK.
I know, I can't stand him.
He's an asshole.
He's so
nasty. Richard Ramirez.
Y'all don't know me at all. Who's the tall one? The tall one who scared what's his face when he was like, I could kill you in here right now. Kemper. I love Kemper. I'm sorry, I do. He's a bad person. He's a serial killer. He's likable though, right?
Yeah.
He also did more audiobooks. See, that's the thing. Think about Ed Kemper. If you just frame his life in like, oh, he recorded more audiobooks for deaf people than any other person in history.
That's a perfect example.
Yeah.
It's like, wow, he's awesome. Oh, by the way, he's a fucking serial killer.
His mom's head.
I don't believe it. I don't believe that. He's nice to me.
Yeah, thank you. That's great. He did not do that to his mom's head. Yeah, he admits it.
He was just joking.
Right. It was a little joke to decapitate someone and screw their head. Like, oh my God.
Don't judge somebody based on their past.
That's right. He's changed.
Just made some
He
mistakes.
hasn't killed anyone in a lot of years. You know?
Exactly. Should we let them out of prison because they haven't killed anyone in a lot of years? No.
Sometimes.
That's years. Greeno stuff just happened like last month. The last thing.
Well, it's just sarcasm because they've been behind bars.
True. Well, you can kill people in prison. It happens.
Oh, now this is tasting better because it's watered down a bit.
Where did I see somebody in here say something about a missing girlfriend?
They asked if he had a missing ex-girlfriend.
Yes, if you're talking about Emily.
Yeah, probably.
I
Or is
I
there
have not been
more?
able to confirm it myself, but I've I've seen on Facebook that somebody
Yes,
said that
he's
he had passed
absolutely
away.
violent. And that's the thing is like, how many more different girlfriends does he have to abuse for you to be like, yeah, like that's too many. Like, you know, like
The fact that you can see those charges and he pled guilty and still claim, like, you come up with an excuse. How many? I don't know. And I know Jess made a video that recanted her story. Sorry, I get the yawns. She recanted her story, but like that
Night, Angel
happens.
Bear.
That happens with victims, and it happens especially when people go back to victims. Like, he put her up to that, but you can go read the police report. And a couple years later, I don't know exactly how long it was from the time that happened to like when he went to jail for the hospital incident and she made that other video, it still matches up. That's the story I believe. The story in the police report, which is also the same story she originally told and the story she told later, that's what I believe. And when she says that, she didn't say the words, but like when she said that Greeno had sexually assaulted her several times in their relationship, I believe her.
I do too.
I don't know
She was
why
telling the
people.
truth.
Yes.
She was.
Emily was for a while and she won't talk about him. I heard she had died.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, that's super sad.
Who
She
died?
killed herself a few months ago.
Emily.
That's what Ernestine said. I thought it was more than, I don't know. I never heard she killed herself, but I thought I came across that information like almost a year ago or so. That's what I heard, Truth Seeker. And did I see an obituary, or I can't remember if I saw an obituary or somebody just put the month and the year. It's been a long time ago.
I think it was the obituary. Ivy.
It's been forever ago, and I'm not an organized person. I don't know that about Greeno.
There just seems to be a lot of death around.
Yeah, there is.
It's just, I don't believe in coincidence. I mean,
You know the word.
yeah, it's late.
We've kept poor crime up till 3 a.m.
I know. She was like, I'm not going to stay up very late.
Again. Although I don't have work tomorrow, so I'm good. I'll sleep in.
I'm glad you get to sleep in.
Well, thanks. I don't get that Monday. I don't get to
Brother
do it.
confirmed that she died by her own hand.
Oh,
That's sad.
It looks like Ernestine tried to Amy, you can totally say no to me, but is there a way you could like make Ernestine a mod so she could put a link in and then like take it off?
There's not gonna be a link that talks
I can get
about
the link for that.
suicide.
Oh, you can?
I wouldn't think.
Mm-hmm.
No, an obituary.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I didn't know. I couldn't think about his her last name. It's not something in my brain.
Yeah, I know it. Hold on just a second.
Ernestine said he was in jail.
She said that her own brother confirmed she died by her own hand.
So sad.
Like, again, this is where like we have a lot of evidence that is very cut and dry, like primary sources definitely happened type things. But then you get to like Facebook posts and things like that, like the cut leg picture. And the story that goes with it is it seems like such bullshit. And the picture of that cut, like that's not something that's made by hitting your leg on a piece of furniture. It looks like a clean cut made by a sharp blade to me. But at the same time, like you also can't, you can use it to like make a pattern, but it's not that 100% confirmed type evidence. Even though I do believe it definitely happened. It all makes sense. It all goes together. But that's people, I know people try to argue though that that's like the only kind of evidence there is, but it's not. There's real evidence that we know 100%, and it backs up the stuff that we don't know for 100%.
Okay. I got it pulled up. Ernestine, like only someone that's a mod can post links, but I found it. Born in, okay, let's see. Yeah, April 30th, 2020.
I was thinking April. Yeah.
Age 36. Resided in Summerville, South Carolina. Proceeded. No, I don't read any of that. Yeah. I mean, sure, it doesn't say like this one doesn't say anything more than that. I think I read one where it said she suddenly passed away.
Corinne's dad is a prominent lawyer.
Sometimes people like him, it's like they have this little radar for like the victim they want.
The vulnerable.
They can tell those people, and it's not like that's kind of been, I don't want to use the word proven, but excuse me.
And like is Emily, I mean Emily Ann, that's pretty, I mean that is a common name, I'm sure, but it's just like
Emily Ann was her name?
I've heard that.
Oh.
I know. It was kind of like, oh, okay. That's why I knew I could find it, because it's like I knew that because it's like stuck in my head from that Keegan Klein stuff.
If you're a victim of sexual abuse, your risk of being victimized again goes up like significantly. And I think it's just something about people like him who they can just like pinpoint vulnerable people.
Yeah. And like just a reasonable person could look at that, but there's a lot of nurses in this community, and it's like looking at her leg and thinking that it was anything but a sharp bladed knife. I mean, a countertop did not do that. Because you know why? Because like if that was a countertop, there would have been bruising.
Right.
I think they said made like furniture or something, but either way,
I thought it was a couch.
Yeah, maybe it was
a couch.
Yeah, it was
more laughable.
Right.
Either way,
last time I
in
checked,
the ER and saw straight cuts. That was, and there's no way that is.
It looked like a blade,
and I don't know what he did to.
Yeah.
I don't know if I want to say her name. Another mother of one of his children, like whatever he did to her in those affidavits, like her dad was like, he is absolutely not allowed in our home, and he will not have like nothing to do with my granddaughter or my daughter.
Yeah.
And like, so something went on with her too. That's what I'm saying. I don't know why he's picked 3 Jessicas. I don't know. I mean, it's a common name, but like, 2 of them he's abused.
Well, don't forget the Jerry Springer, which, oh my God, I will pay a bounty.
I mean, we all have. Yeah. Well, I think we'll have to pay for it from like the Jerry Springer show.
Well, the girls, if you go read that thing, it says he brought on 2 girls that were something about maybe they were both pregnant or something, and they were both named Jessica.
Yeah. Yeah, and like I don't know who the wait, didn't you help me with that, like understanding that because I'm so bad with dates? The 2005 one, but no, that was Carroll County. So that's somebody different, don't you think? Because
Explain more what
the
you're saying.
Jessica H ones were in
There's 7.
Tippy, and there was 2 of them. Like he
3 of them.
was bonded out, and then did it all again to her.
Yep, there was domestic battery, there was like 2 trespassing, and there was criminal entry or whatever you call that.
Criminal trespass and
There
criminal
was 2
confinement,
trespass and there was an entry one. I'm trying to find it right now.
residential
Well,
entry.
Seeker, do you
Residential
know
entry,
where
here
we
we go.
can find the video? We've been looking for it. She
You've
said,
seen that? The Jerry
No.
Springer one?
Oh my
yeah.
gosh, please.
How can we
please.
get it?
I need it so bad. That's just for fun. I don't know. Let's see.
And the thing is like I really want to reach out to that reporter because I think that she will do a follow-up story. And I was talking to someone earlier and they're like, yeah, she had wanted to. Like,
Really?
yeah, so that's even more hopeful. But like, he took that footage. I don't know if she even knows about that. He took that footage and like made it seem like she was his cheerleader.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my God.
Yeah, you've got
Exactly, Ernestine. It's just
in 05 you've got the criminal confinement, 3 counts of battery resulting in bodily injury and criminal mischief. That was in August 05. And then in 07, I forget exactly which months. I think the domestic battery, if I remember correctly, the domestic battery was charged like several months after it actually happened. I think it happened in early 07, but then at separate accounts, there was 2 trespassing charges that are separate. And then, let's see, then there was the residential entry. So it sounds almost like I don't know if I'd say stalking, but like in a really toxic relationship when the guy like won't, or one of the people won't leave the other person alone. And so like they threaten and harass them and go to their house and all that. It kind of sounded like that, even though I don't know if that's what happened. And then he went to jail maybe for that. I forget. No, all that started going on. And then he was supposed to go to jail, but then he had like a court date. I forget exactly what happened there, but he didn't show to the court date. And because they were supposed to take him to jail after that, assuming he didn't win his hearing, that's why he was charged with escape. And that was in 2010. And then he went to Fargo, got arrested there. And when he was arrested there, he was extradited back down to like serve the time for all that stuff.
Truth Seeker, I'll donate money in if you find that video.
I've looked for it. I can't. And I know like Ernestine's saying she's looked for it. I know you guys have all looked for it. Like
a long time.
I think it's something we're gonna have to like call the network about and like pay for it or something.
What Truth Seeker's saying is she has a friend that might have it.
Oh, okay. I didn't see that. Sorry.
So was that from 06?
The beginning of his stardom. He is a celebrity. And he's popular.
Oh my gosh. Where was he recently?
Where's that video where he's crying about Cat, the big fake crocodile tears
yes,
again?
That one.
Never believe his tears. Pretty sure he's got an onion sitting on his lap. He leans down quite a lot and then comes up with fresh tears. It's not a stretch. Where he's like, I'm nobody. I have it. I recorded it.
Well, I mean, that's definitely the more accurate statement, but
Yeah. But it's so disingenuous. Like he thinks he is though. Like it's a delusion, but
I can't remember. Was it season 6, episode 9, or season 9, episode 6,
It
or
was 19, I thought. Episode
19?
was it 9? It might have been.
I don't know. It's something with
I
those.
looked for so long for it, and now I'm like, what was the episode number?
I just want to tell everybody else, I swear I have a life too outside of this. I've just been when I was switching phones, the last phone I got, I found the first screenshot I ever took of being skeptical of Greeno, and it was in 2019. So it's not that I spend every waking minute doing this. It's just been a long time. I just want to make that clear.
yeah, I mean it's been
over
I know it's been over a year, well over a year of like just trying to put everything together to do a podcast or, and then like we've all been
Yes, we have done our work, our homework. Literally.
Mm-hmm.
Truth Seeker sending a link to somebody.
A link to that video? Shut up. I swear to God, you will
Shut
be
up. I'm so glad I'm still
my
awake.
favorite person. Who are you sending the link to? She was talking about sending stuff to Mel earlier, so
Okay, cool.
I'll cry happy tears.
I want to
my
see
gosh.
you cry.
I hope it's not disappointing. I've like put it up on a pedestal in my head.
Everybody wants to watch it now.
I said that was an 05. I was thinking 05, 06, something like that.
Yeah, I wanted to have a drink and watch it.
Oh, maybe it was season 6. I think it was even season 16, episode 9.
Yeah, that sounds.
Is there can we watch it now?
I can't
I
tell
know.
if she's actually found it
I'm
yet.
awake. I can watch it.
I think she said she'd look for it, so I can't decide if she found it and sent it, or she's going to try to find it and send it. I don't know. I would. I don't know.
She's gonna send it to Mel when she gets it.
Let's see if that's the one. Yes, because it's A Woman Learns How to Be a Dominatrix. That's definitely the thing that came before that. October 5th,
Jerry.
2006.
Sorry.
No,
It's late and I'm slap happy.
I hope one of those girls gets up and punches him in the face.
Ooh, that
Anthony, you are the father.
Just to tide us over, let me find it. Finally, how neighborly. Jessica wants to be with Anthony, but her neighbor, also named Jessica, had his baby. The feud heats up with the twin Jessicas when the twin Jessicas confront.
I don't think I've ever had two girlfriends with the same name.
Season 16, episode 9. Thank you so much, True Seeker.
Thanks for joining us, Ernestine. Have a good night.
Yes, thank you, Ernestine.
So much. Lots of good info and people like coming together and working together to hopefully it would be great to get his channel shut down. I mean, it happened to True Crime Jesus, if he could get that, losing all of that, because he just perpetuates the same videos. He doesn't do anything new.
Well, True Crime Jesus was taken down kind of maliciously, wasn't it?
Yeah. And I think that's her point is True Crime Jesus does great stuff, isn't out to harm people or whatever. And
Yeah.
His stuff got taken down, but then here's straight up con man with his stuff still up. It's see, I think what people see like the little boy version that he flashes for people. He knows how to use that. And when he wants to really sink into somebody, he finds their one little like soft spot, right? He
Mhm.
finds their soft spot, like a specific case. Even that's a good example. So people who have like a soft spot for Delphi, he seems to really be doing a lot for that, and seems, but like if you don't go beyond the surface ever, you don't you can't know. It's like his sweet spot is people who just aren't super into like the background stuff at all, or don't know that it even exists.
Mhm.
And you see him crying and you see him really concerned about those girls, and it's like a lot of people can't see through fake crying and fake emotion. It's very, very difficult.
Yeah.
But there are when the FBI and CIA and whatnot look for agents to be lie detectors, women who have been through, have dated people like Anthony, make good lie detectors because it became survival at one point.
But with
And
him, like, I don't know, I kind of wondered, did it? Was it survival?
Well, I'm talking about women that go through, like, that are good lie detectors. And with
Oh,
him,
sorry.
he's a good Ted Bundy. Like,
Yeah.
there were people like, no, Ted Bundy could have never done any of that. He's too nice.
Listen to this. Anthony is the owner, creative director, and executive producer at Greeno Productions. He is also a contracted actor. He is an active member of the Indiana Filmmakers Network. He has starred in many popular projects such as Jerry Springer Season 16, Episode 9, in which he was a participant on the show in 2006. Directed a college production Peter Pan at Purdue University. He is currently the reality show star that was featured on the Fox network in 2013, returning late 2016, Southern Bounty. Greeno has also been seen on CBS, Fox, ABC, CNN, and NBC. Greeno currently resides in Indiana.
Wow.
So the play he decided to lie about was Peter Pan. That's a little bit telling in some odd ways.
What's his thing with Purdue?
I don't know. Maybe his foster mother always tried to push him to, go to Purdue and get a good job, and
there's something there. For the has also been seen on, he just listed a bunch of channels, like the major news channels.
It is public knowledge. You can call Purdue and ask about alumni.
Yep.
And they can give that out. It's not personally identifiable information. It's not protected by HIPAA. It's and the thing is, a lot of jobs have to be able to call a university. Hey, can you tell me about this, former student alumni? And so they gladly tell that information, and anybody can just call and say, hey, I'm calling.
I think people did recently in the last 6
I
months.
think it's on social media. It's an investigation tool for Delphi Loonies.
Somebody did.
Yeah. And also, like, he wasn't even smart in all the three things that he said that he got. Like, you
don't
those
get
are
a CAD
separate, like,
certification in the whatever he said he was in like the aeronautics. It doesn't make any damn sense.
No. And it's also like the other one and then the other one and that one. Like, what did you do? Go to like you can't do all of that. So he really is wanting people to believe that he went to how many years is that? 4, 8, 12 years? Because they're separate degrees.
Yes.
And they're separate, like, I mean, my
do
daughter
it
was going to go to Purdue. Like, I know that, like, that's not a thing.
You have a couple of years of general studies, right? It roughly equates to like a couple of years worth of general studies, and then you move into the specialized classes for an undergrad. And so he could have done it in 6, but he hasn't been out of jail for like a
He didn't
whole
go to college
semester
at all.
to go to college. It's just
Yeah, like there's
Did
no
he do this in
time.
prison? Or like
Purdue doesn't go to prisons.
they just literally in the last couple of years have opened up Purdue Global, where so if by doing Purdue Global you couldn't have gotten a bachelor's degree yet with how long it's been open.
Right.
So,
And
especially 2 separate, aeronautical engineering and then computer aided design is business management. That's at Cranert. Like it's different. And so
and you're not going to get into college at Purdue. It's not easy.
no, it is not.
And you don't get in on a GED. You can't go to Purdue. Like
maybe.
well, I mean,
if you have a lot of money, you could.
Yeah, but that's not.
No, because homeschool kids get their GED a lot of times. And
yeah, but there's also like transcripts to go with, you know what I'm saying?
SATs, or they also do like
Jesus Christ,
exams or whatever.
What?
What's going through on the?
Oh gosh.
What the hell? Get the fuck out of here. Wow.
Is that a Greeno supporter?
Ridiculous. Like, I don't understand that. Like,
ridiculous.
I have his DNA too in a tablet.
Why are there more?
Oh my, but Jesus.
Wow.
I guess 4 hours and 17 minutes is our time that people are like, okay, they've talked enough.
Mm-hmm.
Are they calling themselves a name?
Yeah, exactly. Like dumbass. I'm a nigger. Yeah, like, oh, I can't believe I even said that word. And that's the thing, is like, that's what they're trying to do. Oh, now they're back and it's different. You've blocked them though, so this isn't making sense.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, Truth Seeker, sent you screenshot, Mel. Truth Seeker did.
I don't see it.
It's weird. When I clicked on it, I didn't have the option to hide him anymore.
They had 3 separate accounts.
So
like that. That's a real sick individual.
Yeah, people use bots like that, and I don't know.
There's still more. I don't understand how they're getting blocked and still able to
Well, I think they use like some sort of body type thing that like lets them post like that many at a time.
Get around a block though?
But they have like different accounts probably. So
Like,
it
why are
looks
they
interesting.
still up there?
At 3.
That's just because we can see them. I don't think they're still up there on
Yeah,
YouTube.
you're just seeing them in
Oh,
stream.
okay.
They're not in.
Well, they went away in the stream thing. So, and then it's probably that same person that calls into Gray
Oh,
and
I
then
hope
says that
that-
same thing.
I fell asleep, woke up to that. Is your name Crimezilla?
Truth Seeker, have you been around for a while, or have I just made that up in my head?
I hope. Good to see you.
Yeah, I hope.
In a while.
Yeah, she's been around for a while.
That's what I thought, but it's been like or at least for me, since I've been gone for a long time, I can't really remember a lot of people.
Right.
Especially when there's words like truth or crime or things like that in there, because there's so many people with different configurations. Man, I was still all laughy from the Jerry Springer, and then that made me kind of blah.
And then it's like you don't like now. It's like you don't want to get off because you don't want that person to win. But
It's like I was just fixing to say I was going to get off, but damn it, they're not going to make me get off.
No.
I only have 7% though, so if
I doubt they've gotten anybody off before.
That's true. Yeah.
Yep.
If I disappear, it's because my laptop died and I'm going to bed.
Yeah.
Yeah, I do have to go to
3:30
bed. I
here.
have
I don't
to
know how y'all are
actually
still up.
like
I'm
work for
tired.
the first time tomorrow.
You're doing what for the first time?
Working since the 22nd.
Is tomorrow Sunday?
Mm-hmm. I mean, you got to remember, I've been gone for how long now? Whew.
Yeah. I don't know, my weekends are so weird. I get to Sunday and I'm like, wait, but it's Saturday.
I don't have to get up super early, but I still gotta get some sleeps because it's gonna be rough and just exertion. Ugh.
Yeah, well, you can go into work on 3 hours of sleep like I do sometimes.
No, like I don't know how you do that.
And I have to be nice.
No.
Yeah.
All right, guys. Well, it's been real.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thanks for coming on.
Fighting the good
Yeah.
fight, everyone.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Amy.
thanks for having us.
Truth Seeker,
Hi.
you
Thanks
can
so
find
much,
me
Amy.
on Facebook if you want to. You don't have to. Under Ivy Rose and a picture of a face. I don't know how to describe my face. But feel free to message me if you want to exchange info. But anywho, I will see you guys later. Thanks for having me on.
Yep. I'll
Bye.
see you later.
Bye.
Night.